Ever notice how Banjo is wearing a shark tooth necklace? Shit is so 90s. Excuse me. Breaking things. Sound Goofy makes when he has sex. Hey, how dare you? How dare you watch my stream? You know, only I'm allowed to do that. Why? I have the right mind to give you a punishment. How about a spanking? Ooh. Bend over. Scare the shit out of me. How dare you? You're not allowed to be scared unless I tell you to. Well, wake up. I mean, good morning. I mean, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Haven't enough. What? Oh, you have to go find some more. Welcome. Thank you, Julie. I'm Nazman. Sorry, my eyes don't work so well. Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Where do I go? Where do we go? Where do we go now? There's definitely stages I didn't get everything at. Got everything. Got everything. Okay, there's 2 there. 2 there. There's 4 there. Okay, there's a lot there. So let's go back to one of these. I don't even know which one. I'll just let the wind take me. Speedrunning Banjo, because I don't speedrun things. I don't spend enough time playing video games to get good enough at them that I can do them really fast. Which I'm sure speedrunners don't really want you to consciously think about, because it's a little ironic. You spend your whole life getting efficient at a game. And, you know, I do respect speedrunning. It is something that's cool, if you know, equally dorky. It's like you did actually spend an entire life to get good enough. I mean, I guess I can have a personal speedrun time. I think I'm doing pretty fast at this game. All things considered, I could be doing a lot worse. But then when you call it a speedrun, it's suddenly like an expectation that it's actually going to be fast, which it isn't. Just in general, it's fast. I could do Super Metroid. I could also do really fast like this. You know, really fast compared to like average. I don't actually know anything about speedrunning the game, or like what the techniques are for that. So did I get the Jinjo Diggy, or did I give up before finding the last one? Also, there's no way of knowing, is there? Help! Help! How dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who we are? How dare you be alive? How dare you still exist after I stopped thinking about you? So there was that jiggy switch here. Was there another jiggy switch? This one can't be hit again. Oh, fuck. I guess there's a part of me that does feel like this game was a good development for this genre, and then the sequel was yet again a good development, but then it just stopped. Like I do feel like there's more to be discovered, maybe not for Banjo and Kazooie, but for this kind of game. And I can't stop playing this game no matter how old it gets. And by getting old, I mean it actually is getting old for me too, but I still am not sick of it. I still play it every few years. It's just that, like, it's also out of a bit of a frustration that there's like not a whole lot of this genre left. Like, I don't know, we have A Hat in Time, but for some reason I don't feel like playing that one again. It's alright. Probably the voices. They're not like, they're like, here, let me get that for you. I have a pen in my pocket you can use. You can sign the evil scroll. It's like, you know, the kind of voices in a game where you're actually like mashing through it because you can read it a lot faster than the voice actors can deliver their lines. Banjo-Kazooie knew better, or actually maybe they didn't know better, maybe they just had no choice because of the technological limitations. On the other hand, Star Fox 64 was fully voice acted with like just as many lines as this game. But also, I guess a lot of the ships and things in that game are even boxier than this, so maybe they cut corners on the art to save room for the vocals. But there's lots of vocals in this too, though. There's like just like very short clips of them going ha, but like hundreds of those. 3, 2. Game is deranged. Oh, well, Mario 64 is like that too. Insane. Wee-hee! Wah-ha! Woohoo! Yeah, this game doesn't actually have a woohoo double jump. They didn't want to rip off literally everything about it, I guess. Well, also Mario 64 probably copied this a little. After the first game, they gave Mario like a second jump like that. The other gets to do that like with a jetpack or with a hat or a Luma. They copied this game a little, I'm sure. And now it's like, who's driving this genre? It's still Mario. It's like how nobody is making animated movies except Disney, who invented the animated movie. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like I guess this game existed in a time, like a specific time period that like we'll never go back to, and maybe that's a good thing. It was like a game like this needed to have some pretty wide appeal, I guess. It needed to be like cute and cool for boys and girls. And it's like nobody thinks like that anymore. Nobody knows what boys and girls even are anymore. And I think we just don't want to, we know what we are. We just don't want the corporations to understand what gender we are, because that'll just help them sell to us. How about you figure it out? How about you don't figure it out? How about you build an AI to figure out what everyone likes? That'll work. Did I already do this? What's up? I don't remember. Must have done it so quickly. Because, like, I remember this is, like, the hardest part of this whole game. And I don't even remember doing it. What was I saying? Oh, I love that. Wow. Yeah, like that little laugh is great too. There's great like little touches like that. Oh. There's also so much mystery in this game that, like, you know, it's like, what is that gold feather even? What does it do? Where can I get more? Do I need to transform? Oh, eggs. Yeah, let me transform so I can get the notes inside of the everywhere that I can't get the notes as there. Blah, 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 blah. My boyfriend and I are huge fans of Papa's Catito. For my boyfriend's birthday, I would love to surprise him with a personalized shout out from Wawa. Would that be possible? It would mean so much to us. While I don't really do cameos, if that's what you mean, I don't really do videos like that, but I'm very happy to hear that you guys like it. And you could tell him I said happy birthday. A shout out. Me shouting at you. That's how much people love me. I can just say no, and they'll say thank you. This dude is so cute. The way he can hover with a bite. Like, God, I took this shit for granted. It's like, what's Banjo 3? It's like, do you realize little Jonathan, little 10-year-old Jonathan who doesn't know shit? Do you realize how much work this took? Not even just that. Because work is overrated, I believe. I believe that work is overrated by a lot. And ideas are underrated by a lot. Because people hate ideas, guys, because all they do is sit around and daydream. Well, ideas don't just come out of nowhere. We get ideas and then we hold on to them for fucking ever. And then they're great ideas we don't even acknowledge. Like this. It's genius. And that took an entire person's lifetime to come up with that. I mean, not literally, but like it also means like you can't just come up with more of that. It's like, I don't know, maybe they get tired of making these games. Maybe they ran out of ideas. It happens. I didn't run out of ideas for Papa's Gatito, but I didn't believe in my ideas. So I took 2 weeks off and now I'm back. The ideas, well, I guess they may have evolved a little bit, but mostly I think I needed to actually feel good about them. It's like when there's an expectation, that sometimes kills things. I don't want to ruin Papa's Gatito, but like I was like overthinking everything. I was like, I can't stop overthinking. I finally got out of my own way, and now I'm back in my own way. But then I realized it's probably more that I'm just tired and I need to take a little break. And it's good because then people get excited after something comes back after a while. Oh, you didn't hit me, so you didn't laugh? Oh, it's like Elmer Fudd laughing. That's a good idea. a video game where the enemy hits you and laughs like Elmer Fudd at you, because then when you kill him, it's really satisfying. Which I'm sure is exactly why they put the little laugh in this, like, just like a squeaky little laugh. I'll leave the honey there in case I somehow end up here again. Probably won't, right? Also, Grant Kirkhope is great. I like how his music can be kind of grand when he needs it to be. Otherwise, it is just sort of silly and whimsical. Well, yeah, I think that might be the sign of a composer who doesn't take themselves overly seriously. That they're able to put a variation, an extreme variation. The kind that YouTube commenters would say it's tonally inconsistent. It's inconsistent. Where next? Also, what are we talking about? What's everybody up to? The queso pizza was pretty decent despite my concerns. Thank you for that update. We were all wondering. I mean, I forgot. But, you know, I would say don't mess too much with pizza. But at the same time, I sort of believe that it might be alright since even pizza is still evolving, isn't it? Why else would we still experiment with pizza if it wasn't still evolving? Last time on Dragon Ball, Chris. Oh, now I can do this. Really not scared. Banjo GBA games were terrible. They were certainly not on the level as this. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, pizza and even other things that we thought were completely fully formed, like 36-year-old Joe, are still evolving over time. Even the Earth is still evolving. Even humanity is still evolving. Even Cord is still evolving. You know, like, I'm sure Cord will surprise us all in a million years when it starts walking around like a Pianta from Mario. So, like, you know, think about pizza. Where were its origins? It was probably just bread with, like, what was the first pizza topping, do you think? I'm sure it was not cheese or olives or tomatoes. I know it was something like something stranger than that. Or I guess it might be something more basic than that. Like maybe just olive oil. I don't know, like it must have been like olive oil and garlic, because I feel like whatever it is must still be put on pizza. It's just like not the only thing. But olive oil and garlic are still kind of the main attraction. You know, even cheese still needs that like, you know, it needs to be paired with something like garlic. Oh, I ate something bad. Ah! These things are so cute. To bite their heads off. You have to get the shoes because he's on cocaine. No. Oh, next game. All right. Damn it. Fuck your face. I'm locking it. Mm. That sounds like the from Pizza Tower. Oh yeah, I was talking about pizza. It's like, it's like, oh man, losing. No, 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 no. Well, I think it's like, what is the word for this? What is the word for this when, like, you think something is a basic, or, you know, like just a thing, something you take for granted, but actually it was one individual person's idea and we're all just copying them. Like, pizza, just Margarita's favorite pizza. Oh, what a wuss. All right, use the shoes then. Big fan of broccoli on pizza, which I know can be polarizing. Is that the whole prize? I just get one-ups? Bro, you don't even have any, like, honeycomb bits? 3 games for 3 lives? That's such a waste of time. Just walk away, Greenie. Walk away. That's the mature thing to do. Walk away. Or I guess run away with 4 shoes. Dude. Well, yeah, some people swear by pineapple and ham. I personally don't eat pineapple and ham on pizza, but I do chicken and tomatoes, which is the same thing. It's the same idea. It's just a little bit less sugar. You know, like, I'm more of a fan of chicken. But if it's, you know, salty like that, that's the idea. It adds saltiness, it adds umami. It's like a pizza is like a full picture. It's like you have to get all these different like colors of the wind in the taste. You know, it's like, it's crunchy, it's stretchy, it's chewy, it's, you know, it's fresh, never frozen. It has to taste like a bunch of different things for it to work. That's just there. So yeah, like, anyway, back to the original point, is just that these things that we take for granted, they're continuously evolving. And I do think that having the perfect recipe is a good thing. Like, having your exact specifications, you know, picking your own toppings for your half of the pizza or whatever. But like, if you ask what the default pizza is, it would be tomato sauce, cheese, olive oil, but, you know, whatever, garlic, all those things. Have 100 notes yet? No, the rat would tell me if I did. Alright, might have to be a banjo again to get the notes over here. Oh, wee. Default pizza is just basic. I mean, it's also fundamental. But, like, you know, just like with Winsor McKay, who invented animation, we all copied him. It could be anything. It could be whatever you see it as. You know, like, some people don't even call it pizza. It's just flatbread. But the more things you add onto it, the more it's just pizza. How about Pizza, Frank. You like pizza, don't ya? I have to go back to Mumbus. Wait, I want to be a alligator for one thing, right? Wow. Might have already gotten everything I can. Also, I probably have enough notes I could just move on. I'm always down for things that are both salty and sweet. So yeah, like chocolate covered pretzels, one of those things. Like, yeah, like think of things you take for granted. You don't even realize how much salt is added to sugary foods. It's like so much tastier when they add salt. And like salt really just like continuously makes food better. It gets to a point where it can no longer make it better, it can only make it worse. But I feel like sometimes even adding too much salt is really good. Like in matzo ball soup, I feel like if I did a recipe of matzo ball soup, I would write too much salt as an ingredient. There we go. Finally. Oh, I wanted him to go, oh! Ow! Like how he just clips through that shit. Or I only have one? Uh-oh. I need like what, like 4 or 5 to open the next world? Let's keep on going. I thought there were guys here. Wasn't there a Jiggy right here? There was guys. Where'd the guys? So I guess I already got that one. I already got that one. I already got the other switch. So what's missing? Well, if I don't find it in 5 seconds, I'll leave this world. Oh right, the little croc guys. Keep passing them because I was in alligator form. Oh, I'm so fucked. So fucked. There's a honey. There's a beehive right here. All right. I can also get more honeycombs, right? How do I do that in this? The sequel, they have like a bee. A bee with giant bees. That way. Yeah, I feel like if everybody has their own favorite pizza toppings, then everyone is still perfecting the pizza for themselves. I mean, I don't feel like there's a whole lot of variation on the burger. Just like lettuce and tomato, cheese, sauce, and then the sauce is like, oh, you go insane with the sauces, but like, even sauces are kind of the same, right? It's just made of water. Mostly water. Or, you know, it's like ketchup, mayonnaise, or some combination of the two. Where did the next one spawn? Or was that the last one? Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about pizza toppings again. Just there. Here. Yeah, like I think it's like over here or something. Man, like for as much as I love this game, I'm starting to see where the like collectathon is poorly designed, because I know that crocodile guy. I know that these crocodile guys were designed for you to be like, oh hey, here's the next one, while you're searching around for other things. But instead, I just couldn't use him whenever I passed him. And I had to remember where, well, maybe that is good design. They might have done that on purpose. It's like, if they did it to pad out the game, that it was on purpose. And, oh, there it is. On purpose, thus genius. Not everything good is even on purpose. Sometimes, just an accident. Like Bob Ross always says. Yeah, like at this point, it's like, give me my fucking Jiggy. Where is he? Like, what, one of those things? Or those pieces of land, the corner. Like I have to go to the other place. Like I was just there too, thinking, is this where he is? No. It's like, now he's there. Also, you can't see him from far away because of the like, what do you call it? The clip plane. Like when something is far away enough, it disappears. The room was accidentally good, and Tommy Wiseau has not made a good thing since now because he keeps making everything with intention. And you put intention in quotes. Man, that is true, and I certainly have been forgetting to bring up the room whenever I talk about artists and intention, because you know what separates us from machines? The fact that we have intention? Maybe not. Maybe our art is all accidentally good and we are just lucky if people like it. You know, I mean, I feel like not every single Papa Scatito is gonna be a banger, which is why I make so many. I felt like even Dog of Wisdom 3 was not as good as Dog of Wisdom 2. But like, yeah, like everybody who's making art is making it with the intention for it to be good, right? So like, what is going on if we make it and it's not even good and we meant for it to be good? Eating a bucket of beads. She sounds fun. Man. I guess it would be cool to be that ugly, but maybe not, since she doesn't even want to be ugly. Well, she's like, she thinks she's beautiful until she realizes there's someone else who isn't ugly like her. There's one other female character in the whole universe, and Grunty is jealous, but like, she thought that she was beautiful before, so I think, you know, that would mean that beauty is not in the eye of the beholder, but rather something that is a fact. But then, like, you get rid of all the beautiful people and you're ugly, then you'll be the most beautiful person. But like, is it that she I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Is it that she realized she was ugly? Because she wants to be beautiful by stealing 2D's beauty, by using a machine that sucks it out of her, called like the Suckomatic or something. But yeah, that means that beauty is not in the eye of the beholder, but rather it is a resource that there is not enough of. But all she would have to do is get rid of 2D. She doesn't have to make her ugly. But at the same time, Grunty gets hot when you game over, and Mumbo is attracted to her now. So maybe that's what she wanted. She wanted attention from the only man in the entire game. You know, who else is there? Bottles? Banjo? These are not men. These are animals. My nose is all blocked up. Oh! God. Doesn't work if I hold down the 2 triggers. I love how gruesome that is. It's like blood and bones. That, oh man, that should be every fucking game. Just like bad guys just blowing into bits. Well, I love the animations in Pizza Tower when you kill enemies. It's just like eyeballs, bones, and teeth fly out of them. Ha 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 ha. Oh! Yeah, what was I talking about? Just like, I was talking a little bit about about like killing these enemies, and they're funny. That was really funny. He laughed at me, like the other guys laughed at me. Like, they I guess maybe like at the time there was too many fucking games like this. So if you're really gonna make one, you have to stand out in some way. Like, if this didn't have the touches, it would literally just be Mario 64, but like great value Mario 64. But this game doesn't feel like great value. It feels like, you know, Pepsi versus Coke. It feels like an alternate name brand. You know, Nintendo and Rare were in like a partnership. I don't know if they had like a deal for like, I don't know if they had a contract or anything, but for many years they were considered like a second party developer because of, I guess, because of their closeness to Nintendo. But they are not Nintendo, and even back here they were not Nintendo. And it's like, I guess it's not really competing with Nintendo because it's a game that's made just for the N64. No! Alright, this is bad. I'll make it, but I won't be happy. I need to fight this guy and probably die. Oh, interesting. The enemies stay dead. Aww. Yeah. Where can I find some honey? I want honey. I want money. I want honey. The money. I want the money so I can buy the candy. No one bought my NFTs. Now I'm gonna kill myself. No one bought my NFTs. I'm gonna kill myself. Guys, I just wanna say, disclaimer. There's absolutely nothing funny about NFTs. They harm the environment, which is where I live, in nature. I'll be right back, I'm gonna kill myself. I'm funny. Oh man. Gotta untangle this thing again. Joe 2, what? Do you think The Amazing Digital Circus would be funnier if it was called The Amazing Digital Ballsack? Perhaps. I like how Banjo and Kazooie go from pained and sad to pained and mad. And like it doesn't change the amount of honey. It doesn't, like, the amount of honey didn't change. They're just like getting used to their pain, you know? That's how I see it. They're just used to their pain now. They're in a lot of pain, but they're used to it. It's not that the pain is less. It's just that they're accustomed to living like this, in pain and poverty, honeyless, bitchless, and of course, jiggyless. I think The Amazing Digital Circus would be better if nobody talked. feel like that's the problem, that the characters won't shut the fuck up. I don't like the just like script driven cartoons, I guess. That's one thing. Is like, unless you have Futurama levels of like gags and jokes, that there's like so many of them that like, but you know, most of them are pretty funny. And you know, if there's one bad one, it's like whatever. Unless you're trying to pack your script with great attempts at humor, you're just gonna put me to sleep. I don't understand how people can put up with so much yapping from cartoon characters with voice actors who are really just like thinking about their own careers, it seems. It's like, listen to me, notice me, pick me. It's like the same motherfucker in everybody's cartoon. Same motherfucker in everybody's cartoon. Why don't you shut the fuck up? I had enough of your shit. What you do is not what I call acting. Yeah, like doing the same voice in everything and sounding the same, so specifically exactly like the other voices you do, so that people notice it's you, is not acting. But you know, like, you can have famous actors, but the actors have to become the character, and the other actors have to also believe that he's the character. You know, like imagine being in a movie with Jack Nicholson, who is a great actor, but like all the other actors could ruin it just by being like, I'm such a big fan, like while working with him. I mean, I would also be excited to work with him, but like, you gotta match his level of detached. You know, I don't think Jack Nicholson likes or dislikes being famous. I think he's just a good actor. Oh, the most boring class ever right now. I'm the Joker, baby. Yeah, well, that's Jack Nicholson. Like, you're excited to work with the Joker, but like, oh, anybody could be the Joker. You could be the Joker. I can be the Joker. I am the Joker. You may already be a Joker. This is like a exploding letter that the Joker sends to you. You may already be a Joker. All right, the other shoes are for that guy. I'm sorry, I got lost. Forgot where I was going with what I was saying. Just like, I can't stand listening to Michael Kovacs. It's the same fucking voice. Why do people want that? They want the immersion breaking voice actor in their cartoon. You know what I like? You know, it's not that you can really be in control of this, but I like it when you find out who that was after you watch the thing, not before, not during. Stop Googling it. Don't look it up while watching the show. They want you to do that, and they pad out the show to make it 22 minutes so you can Google porn of the characters, and you can look up what the IMDb's of all the actors are while the stupid thing is playing, and the algorithm doesn't know that you're not looking. It will. eventually it will know if it hasn't already begun to figure it out. See, left 3. Do I need to be in the air for anything? I guess I'll get this one now. But yeah, I hate when start to get sick of a voice. I mean, you know, Tom Kenny is a great voice actor that is pretty easy to get sick of, just because they get paid per line, so they're forced to do more lines than we even want to hear from them. So like just for Tom Kenny, a guy that we all love, to justify his existence, he has to overstay his welcome and piss us off. It's like, oh wow, it's Tom Kenny doing a voice. You don't say. No friggin' way. Oh man, that wasn't fair. That was. I guess I can go into the bottom of this thing, right? Just open. Did I get this shit already? Yeah, I already got the jiggy. I don't have a, I'll have the Wonder Wig. What the Wonder Wig? Tom Kenny. Yeah, I mean, Tom Kenny is a very talented voice actor, and he's also a very funny comedian. Like, he's a comic actor. Like, in Mr. Show, he's great. You know, he plays a live-action pirate sometimes in SpongeBob, and it's funny. Yeah, I have nothing against him. It's not his fault that he's overused. It's like, do you want to make money? Sure I do. Everybody does. Like, this is one of the 3 people that we call to do a voice. It's just like everybody else's lack of imagination. It's, you know, that's sad that you kind of feel like it's his fault if he's overexposed. When, you know, I guess I can't really blame Tom Kenny for doing voice work. It is his job. But then you start to wonder why there's so few voice actors when voice acting is something that everybody can do. I guess I'm starting to feel this way about artists too. That art should not solely be made by artists, because then it sucks. Then it's boring, and if things get really bad, it's at risk of not even being art anymore. Like, let's say I was known for making funny cartoon Iron Bad. That is my art. But like, let's say I listened to everybody when they were like, please do more like this, then that would be not an expression anymore, but instead you could just replace me with a vending machine if that's all I do, is take orders and requests. That's not art. Doesn't matter how shitty Iron Bad was, that was my art. But making it for someone else that's their art. That's their vision. That's their expression. And they're just puppeting me. So beware, be careful. Don't you have to do more with your life. Even if you're an artist, you have to do more with your life than just art. Because you might risk losing that. And you know, art is one of the greatest things that you could possibly have. So if you lose that, that's really scary. It's like you'd be really in trouble. Like that happens with so many things that people love. They become a chore. They become like routine. They become just like the thing you love the most has just become going through the motions. God, what a tragedy. Not that it's the end of the world, but it is a little tragedy. If you realize that I see this with speedrunners. They're like, I fucking hate this game. It's like I feel sad. It's like the thing that they love the most is now their job and a chore. It's like I'm running out of ways to play this game. And that's another thing with speedrunners is that they hit a plateau, and you can not just continuously get better. Sometimes speedrunning is really a young man's game, and it's all downhill from here. But yeah, like I do think if you can identify that, which I believe I did with making funny videos and stuff, if you can identify that there's like that it's like becoming a source of sadness for you. All right, I have one more shot at this. Or do I want to get some more notes first? Yeah, all right. If you can identify that what you love is not fulfilling you anymore, then or you know, like, and like people who like worry so much, you know, I'm making a cartoon, a fucking cartoon, and I'm worried about people thinking I'm racist or sexist or whatever. It's like I'm running for president the way I'm acting. It's like, this isn't enjoyable to me anymore. This is completely lost everything about it. That you know, like, I feel sometimes like the internet is like that. I used to go online to escape real life. Now I go to real life to escape online because all the stupid motherfuckers I hated went there instead. But I think also part of it is I spend too much time online. That I've allowed it to become my job, and it's become routine. It's not done for the enjoyment. It's like everybody is like this when for people who make videos, for instance, everybody starts out doing it for no money, and then the more money they make doing it, the less happy they are doing it. Like look at all those people who just like quit YouTube last year because they were doing something that was so enjoyable that they don't enjoy it. Or I don't know. It's like if every day was Christmas, you'd eventually fucking hate it. Or you'd at least, you know, start thinking about how much you miss Halloween or something. It's like every day is Christmas. When's Halloween? I feel like people would be happier about every day being Halloween more than Christmas. Christmas is cold. Although the second Halloween ends, People are already in the Christmas mood. There's like one more jiggy here. All right, I got 6 now. I can probably fill in that painting. Oh wait, I have an even better way of leaving the stage. Let me do that again. Oh, well, I fucked up at that. Just as planned. Anyway, oh wow, I got all of the Jinjos except the last one. Fuck Jinjos, I guess. Can I talk to her with the boots? Nope. Sweaty Betty! You side with Banjo, but changed tack. Imagine you on Grunty's back. You're gonna stuff her into a backpack? Wordy Girls Weekly. Camel spit. What a great character. Grunty is the best. Thank you. Ah. Where was I? Where was I gonna go? Clanker's Cavern? Man, I can see why Mumbo is attracted to hot Grunty, because all she's missing is beauty. Like, she's cool. I like a green bitch like her. Green bitches are all right. But like, she was ugly and she fixed that. So what's the problem? It's like, you know, Grunty, you'd be really hot if you lost like 300 pounds and then she just does it. It's like, all right, well, those were the conditions. What are people saying? Speedrunners for people who have monetary incentives. Oh no, you were talking about when I was saying about making funny shit online. Yeah, there's monetary incentives. It's your job, and you need money because question mark you need it. Yeah, I'm glad that one came out because I like that one. Goodbye, crudness. But anyway, what was I prattling on about? That Grunty is almost there. Even ugly. It's like, you know, all she has to do is magically become hot by harvesting adrenochrome out of a little girl bear. That's what that is in real life. And by real life, I mean made up. Good luck on bear and bird shenanigans. Thank you. You know, I never really think about the lighting on the N64. The back of this hive even lit, or is the texture darker? I can't even tell, really. From what I could tell, the lighting on the N64 is different from lighting nowadays. Like, in Mario Sunshine, you can tell that the shadows and like when Mario goes into the shade and he gets darker, that shade is just like a variable. It's like shade on or off. It's not actual light. So like, I wonder if there's shit like that. Like there might be light linking, which is like when a light only affects certain things. You know, you have this today, and you'd be able to see everything is just like real-time, realistic lighting with, you know, a million different light sources. But in between this game and now, you would have baked light, where the light is actually just a texture on the ground. I mean, this looks a little bit like that. But like, I'm looking at his feet. I can sort of tell like some of these are actual light from like actual light sources. And then like these notes aren't even 3D, they're just textures. They're just billboards, which means it's a 2D image that's always facing the camera. A billboard. Like I always say, you ever see like a cat just like sitting there looking sleepy and serenely at you? And like you walk around the room and like the cat rotates to look at you. A 2D image. Yeah, 2D. That's what I said. You play Banjo-Tooie. Maybe when this is done. I might actually be done with this soon because I'm already halfway through this game. Alright. He asked me to raise the water. Let's fix his predicament. We're gonna cross over between Crumplequest and Papa Scatito. I'm probably not gonna do any crossovers of any of my characters, unless it was like a fighting game. Then I might do a crossover in that sense. Should I do a racing game of all of my characters? That's what Fred told me to do. Thinking about it. Like, have Audrey and Victor do like a double dash thing, or like a ice climbers thing, and one of the racers can be literally Hitler. He drives a hearse, or no, he drives a like a Volkswagen or something. He drives the Hitler mobile, whatever. It was like a Mercedes. But like Frumplequest would drive a bathtub. You know, he would his like there might be like green shell items that you can like throw at people, but his items should all be reskinned, so he's just throwing dust at you. He just throws dust, who respawns immediately. See? He's fine! He likes it! Racing game, but everyone's in a plane instead of a car. Well, they made that for the Game Boy Advance. They made a game called Banjo Pilot, and I mean, it wasn't that bad. I guess it's just a little disappointing that it's a racing game and not a real banjo game. It's like very similar to Diddy Kong Racing, which you could also fly a plane in. Fish fuck. Dog of Wisdom pilot. Yes, should make a pilot for the Dog of Wisdom animated series. It's so weird when video games just like went from not having any voices to having so many. Characters could really express themselves now. Really don't want to fall off. Yeah, I don't know about a fighting game. Maybe a racing game would be fun. Yeah, but like it would really just be a crappy ripoff of Mario Kart, like every single racing game. That's not, you know, like every kart racing game is just Mario Kart. A horror survival game? Like, you mean like Left 4 Dead, but you can choose between my characters? Oh man, that sounds cool. That sounds fun. Well, yeah, like, but like if you make, if I made a racing game where you could play as all those characters and just like had all the models fully animatable and all that, then you could just have a modding scene if one wants to exist, do all the work for you, making it a mod for Left 4 Dead or something. I mean, you know, copy and paste that for Smash Brothers and everything else. Although I think Smash Brothers might be a little different. You have to actually animate them. Yeah, like Crumple Quest's forward smash would just be like kicking dust into you. But yeah, I think the way I should approach this is thinking, how can other people do most of the work? I want to smash those brothers. Yeah, I mean, we probably have played enough as a species. We probably played enough Smash Brothers for the next 3 centuries. So I don't know if, how great a demand for that there even is. It's like I'm only speaking for myself, okay? I did not find it that interesting when they put Banjo in Smash Brothers. I didn't actually like. I think I did buy it because I bought it in advance, like whenever they like made it available to buy the like future DLC. Who cares though? It's like yeah, but they got the art style perfectly. And it's like, that is a good thing that they did, but I'm not impressed. What's the problem? It's like, I don't know. I mean, you know, was 10 when this game came out. But like, that's the reason people are excited. So like, it has nothing to do with that. Like, you know, the person who made this banjo model actually understood the ins and out of the character design and, you know, adapted it really well. And like, that's always the case in Smash Brothers. But like, you know, having Nintendo and Microsoft put their differences aside to make more money just doesn't seem like a big win for us. It's like a big win for us would have been if they'd made a new like banjo, but they you know, should have done that in 2005, which they did. And I promptly ignored the fact that they did. Or, you know, whatever Nuts and Bolts was. Like 2007. It's like, it's not from the original sauce from the original tube. Nobody wants it unless it's the original. And the sauce has a finite amount of it. Like toothpaste. You can squeeze it all day and get as much out of it as you can, but it has a finite amount. This is why when we see like little scribbled ideas from the original like period of creation, that's what excites us. Like, oh wow, an unused idea that I never saw until now is like from the same well of creativity that everything else in this game has. It's aesthetically consistent. It was made with 1995 thoughts. Happy Halloween. Thank you, Greta. But yeah, like, sort of speaking in riddles, what's a better way of explaining myself? I guess, like, there is an initial period of creativity and excitement for any project. It usually wears off by like 50% every time you do like a sequel, right? Like, eh. Anything in here I missed? That's, you know, sometimes it works the opposite, where the sequel is the better one. But I feel like, you know, just like with YouTubers who hate their lives, everything seems to drop, seems to become halved in the amount of creative ideas, passion, and especially excitement. You know, the passion is one thing, but like, you know, everyone will always be willing to suffer for their art. But what about being really excited about it? I'm not sure it's really the same thing. And I have experienced that with everything I've created. You lose the excitement after the initial period, and you have to move on to something else. But I guess it's all me. I'm still me, so I don't think I've lost excitement for myself. It's just that what I want to make, the form keeps changing, and it will never stay the same. and you know, people come to expect certain things from me, but they also should be surprised every time. I can't allow myself to become a Funko Pop. When the shape of a project is nailed down, the rest is just menial labor. I mean, the labor is important too, because a lot of the time the ideas will evolve the longer you work on something, which can be good, can be bad. It can have multiple different effects. Alright, I finally got that. You play Fortnite? Nah. Not very good. Also, I think the game is aesthetically horrendous. It's like, mobile games have done terrible things for the art in video games. Like, it's like I'm looking at an ad while playing a game. And there's just so many ads in Fortnite. Like, what a crappy looking game. I suppose that's not the only thing. You could probably have a, like I was saying, 2048 was a crappy looking game that was better than the other version. Right. And Fortnite is not that different from that, because it was copying a well-established game genre as well. And by genre, I mean one weird person's idea that some asshole ripped off and made more money than him. Oh, how cute! He's looking at me. You know, I think that's the first time I ever noticed that. I don't feel like I've ever thought about this once in my life. That Clanker actually looks at you with his eyes. Adorable. He's like so ugly and cute at the same time. Good design. Does he doesn't go, oh! Oh, did I go inside this? Yeah, I think that's where I got, how I got into this part. Great, now I have to go through this again. Yeah, like the mobile game aesthetics. I hate them. I feel like high resolution text ruined video games. Everything was better when the text looked like crap and you had to like actually think about it. Well, I just mean like the text has gotten small because HD has gotten more HD. H has gotten more D. 4 has gotten more K. Ah. I love your work. All right, I was waiting for him to come up above the water so I could go up here. I already did this, didn't I? What do I need? Got most of them. Probably the rest are just like in the water. Like, they made a remake of Mario RPG. Yes, I'm about to complain about it again. And it looks like a fucking mobile game. Do I have to put a disclaimer saying that this is my stream and I'm about to vent? Because this is my stream and I'm about to vent. I don't need a disclaimer, it's my fucking space. It's like labeling everything in your own house as yours. Yeah, I just feel like more polygons doesn't look better. I mean, you know, look at Crash Bandicoot. So expressive. And he looks just like this. I mean, he's more expressive than this. But, you know, this is also fun, like, you know, the way his nose bounces up and down and stuff. Oh, that was it. One up. I think down here, the water. The lower poly, the better. Yeah, I mean, the lower poly, the more efficient the game is. So, you know, if you're playing a game and not, you know, watching a movie, then maybe the game part of the game is more important than the graphical part. It was here already. I mean, this game also does look good. There's great animation in it. Everything should look a little bit shabbier, just so that your imagination can fill in the blanks. That's just sort of how I feel in general. You know, like, what's an example? Imagine if Kermit the Frog started blinking. You would hate it. Why? Not supposed to blink. It's hard to describe why exactly. But you'd hate it. He's not supposed to blink. The Muppet's eyes don't look around. But, you know, if they were conceived as having the ability to do that, like some animatronic puppets do, that's a little bit more, that's actually based on an original idea that you have for it. It's not just like trying to increase or improve it with no purpose. I feel like that's every fucking thing. Every fucking thing that got a remake is improved for nothing. It's not improved if it's not really good. Muppet eyes should not move around. I'm still terrified of my grandma's house because of the Elma that used to light up and its eyes looked around the room when I was sleeping. You gotta be fucking kidding. Thing was damn loud too. Holy shit. I mean, it's cute when Clanker looks around because that's novel. He's a video game character who has a little, you know, whatever variable that's keeps his eyes locked to you. It's a constraint. It's fun. It's barely noticeable. I noticed it now after 20 years. 25 years. Game is mad old. It's burned now. It's burned. Oh my god. Rest in hell. Elmo, you literally sent Elmo to hell, just like in that gif. It's burned. No. Like, you burned it, you set it on fire. Help! Jade! Help! Pixels are meant to be blurred by a tiny CRT monitor. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I have a thing that gives a little impression of that. This is what games looked like, sort of. It's like, the more you could do that, the less polygons you actually need, because suddenly it's turning everything into like a soup of just organic little shapes instead of and yeah, like, this is what the artist saw. So you also have to realize, like, they thought the game looked good despite the low poly stuff. You know, they weren't seeing it like this, which is kind of like this, which is kind of crappy in comparison. Crappity crap. Alright, should I get out of here? There's 2 more. Alright, been here. Eli, stop. Okay. Diffusion pixels. I wonder if Elmo likes kids like Drake. Yeah, I'm sure Drake hangs out with Elmo. Like, you know, when Drake was talking about all the people who believed in him when he was coming up, he makes sure to thank Elmo. And it's like, how do you feel about your mention of thanking Elmo in light of the recent allegations against him? I mean, Elmo is a piece of shit. He definitely does the same thing that like pedo would does. I don't mean all of Hollywood is pedos. I just mean the unmissable section of them that are like when they exploit children in one way, they exploit children in other ways. So like, Elmo is absolutely the most exploitative part of Sesame Street. It is pure exploitation. They want you to buy Elmo toys. They want you to buy Elmo clothing. They want you to buy Elmo juice boxes. They want you to buy Elmo. Like, I don't know, some stupid fucking shit with Elmo on it. They want you to buy it. It's very exploitative. And it's like, can such a sucking capitalistic enterprise as like the kids' entertainment business, can they ever be satisfied with what they can squeeze out of little kids? They'll they'll do terrible things to them. And most of which is just robbing them of their time. You know, like I really would rather my kid, if I had kids, I'd rather they were outside getting exercise than watching Mighty Magosaurs. Yeah, I don't even have kids, so I shouldn't be one of those people that's like, think of the children. I don't have it. Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't try to raise other people's kids anyway. That's gross. You should only consider what you can change about your own. Even then, it's like they're their own people, gonna live their own lives. If they want to watch Mighty Magosaurs, you can't stop them. But don't worry, because they don't. What's the word for it where like someone like that, like a cartoonist, is really just like taking up space and we don't even like them? Where like the whole point of a cartoon's existence is to further the career of the creator, not to entertain children. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We're talking about a guy, a cartoon creator, who mercilessly exploited children. I feel like there is a culture of exploitation. And yeah, thank you for bringing that up about Elmo being a diddler, because I can see it. I can see someone who mercilessly exploits children like that. Yo, like, look at how this looks. It looks so much better. Capitalism? Yeah, capitalism. Capitalism. It's got the word in it. Capitalism. It was right there. Mighty pedosaurs. It was there all along. Self-gratification. Yeah, I mean, congrats-turbation. Well, yeah, like, it's like, you know, show creator makes nothing but pitches, because the pitches are just him continuously looking for something out of you. They're asking for something. They're begging for something. They're demanding something. What is that called? Like, you're just taking up space. You're just abandoning. You're just demanding that people acknowledge you and take you seriously, while really giving them nothing. Like, there's gotta be countless shows that fit that description, right? Nothing shows. Mighty Magosaurs is such a nothing show. You nothing! And he is a disgrace. But he was already terrible before that, because he was not very entertaining. But he is now. This is the one! This is the one! The next big thing will have so much fun. It's, I guess leech is the word I'm looking for, right? It's just a leech. He's just leeching. He's a Zubat that used leech life. He was a leech for life. I think it's so funny that his Wikipedia now says that he's a former animator. It's like, I made a cartoon about literally Hitler, suggesting that even literally Hitler can't be so evil that they take art away from him, and that only he's holding himself back. But like, Kyle was only in it for the recognition. So he actually is a former animator, because the only thing he'll ever be recognized for now is what was on his hard drive. What a piece of shit. There's like this screenshot of him like talking about cartoon pitches, you know, the shitty pitches he always makes. And like someone in the comments was like, and if your pitches don't get accepted, you could always make them into graphic novels. And Kyle took the opportunity to berate this person and say, nuh-uh, I got my eyes on the prize. His prize is jail. I mean, it is pretty satisfying that someone who sucks so much will never make anything shitty ever again. But holy shit, what a price. Came at such a price. It was like, this guy was a huge piece of shit. To that fan, to his employees, to self. Americans are so apolitical. They're going to judge whether red gave them higher taxes or blue gave them lower stuff. Hey Joe, just wanted to say hi because why? Who is this we're talking about? We're talking about Kyle Carrozza, who made he's the creator of a lot of terrible fake cartoons that no one ever wants to watch, but he'll keep pitching them as long as we entertain this idea that he's a real person and not a criminal. Sounds kind of like Puffy a little bit. It's like, he's not a real artist, just a criminal hiding behind a career of stolen bullshit. It's like if Puff Daddy was alive today, he would be some stupid 13-year-old making AI generated art saying, I made this. That's how shitty he was. I made this. Bye. It's like, you made that? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, almost. No one bought mine, 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 no one bought my NFTs, and no one bought my NFTs, and no one bought mine, no one bought mine, no one bought, no one bought my NFTs. No! So this game doesn't have transparent jiggies. You can't get jiggies again for old time's sake. You know, whatever. You just start a new game if you want to get them again. I never went into that church, so let me do that. I have to go... Wait, first? Because the shoes will prevent me from doing this later. I go this way. Oh my god. Literally ADHD. Alright, let's see if I can try to do this time without getting lost. It's like, this is the most direct way, but... this is not the most direct way, but it's also the least confusing way. I know where it is in relation to that. I think I actually have to do the more confusing way. I'm not gonna make it. Like, if I just go this way, I can turn here, right? There we go. After checking Kurosa out, I don't recognize any of his stuff, but yes, you were right about it. But yes, you are correct. Yes, because making a cartoon is not what he thinks it is. And I believe there are many people in the industry who also make this mistake. It's like, you think people like you or something. You think people care about you. And I'm saying that people are not evil for not liking you or caring about you. It's that they don't recognize you as a genius. Even if you make work that they love, they still will not, you know, they'll not recognize you as like some sort of genius. It's like, you actually are a genius. Everybody, every artist who makes art and they have their own style and they got the idea all by themselves to make art, you're a genius. But that is for you to understand. It is not something that you impose on others. Then you just look like an idiot. You look like a piece of shit if you're like, I'm a genius. Like, you look like a motherfucker. And nobody likes you. But like, they already didn't like you. And it's all right. People don't need to. Where am I going with this? It's like, I love you all as a friend. I mean, it's like, to act as he did is to be a very what do you call it? A very self-absorbed person, I suppose. And it's really easy to get self-absorbed when you're an artist. Because, you know that you're a special snowflake and that nobody else could come up with this idea. Nobody else could bring it to the execution that you could. I mean, you deserve to feel pride in that sense, but if you impose it onto others, and which is what I feel like what Kyle did, where he thought that even his ass scrapings were gold. Like his terrible fucking cartoon pitches with basically no life in them. You're really just treating everybody else like they're pigs. Like, you fucking idiots. Of course you'll eat up this slop because I'm just better than you. Or something. It's like, you have to actually think what you make is good, or else it won't be good. That way you're actually coming down from your ivory tower to say that you're just like any other audience member, you're equal to any other audience member, as opposed to like being someone who makes something that sucks and everybody just excuses it because you made something that didn't suck. You know, like, if I make a terrible video, like Papa Scatito 4, not a very good one, but if I like prevented anyone from even thinking that by being like, let me remind you, I created Blonic the restaurant, I made Iron Man 2, you have to respect me, you can't criticize me. Like, That would suck so much fucking ass. That would be so much worse than making a bad video here and now, or every now and then. You know, making a bad video just makes you human. But trying to prevent people from even criticizing you or trying to shape how people feel about you, that is just so inhuman. That's so machine. Oh, there we go. That's how you get the honeycomb. You just get enough. Finally. A hyuk? I don't think a hyuk is copyrighted, is it? Because he says guh, which is almost the same, but legally distinct. I have a car. Remember when I said I have a car? All I have to do is rest upon mine laurels. I don't need to continuously try. I can just play Banjo-Kazooie and people will pay me. Fuck my life. Oh! Help! Fuck my life. Nobody bought NFTs. Fuck my life. I am about to kill myself because I have no NFTs or regular teas. I'm going to kill myself. Anyway, I'm back from being dead. To make art for attention is cringe. To make art because you love to make art is an inspiration and expression of the human soul. Yeah, I mean, like, what is real about the things Kyle has desperately pitched upon us? It's like, what's the word? It's imposed. That's the word. He imposes this shitty cartoon upon you. Art is communication. Yeah. In this basic art is communication. I don't even know if you do it because you love to do it. Sometimes people do it and they hate it, but it comes out being beautiful. Or like, you know, if you're like Hitler, then hate is an emotion you use as part of your work. Hitler doesn't love Dot from Animaniacs. He hates her. He thinks that she's Jewish. She probably is, but like, the fact that it's not made explicit, that pisses off Hitler so much that his brain breaks in a way that, like, it's like his kink.
Thank you.
Like, the amount he wants to suffocate Dot. I mean, I think he actually wants Dot to suffocate him. with her stink. Like, Hitler was obsessed, like the real Hitler was obsessed with what he deemed to be degenerate art. He was obviously a degenerate who wanted to be shit on. I feel like he was very easily offended, and Dot's stinky feet is like Dot Warner just existing is the most offensive thing to him. And then, like, you know, insult to injury would be being forced to inhale the stink of her feet. Fred was especially impressed when I told him I painted Das feet. Is this truly my legacy? You know, I say this a lot nowadays, but I really think there's nothing I'm more proud of than being the guy who also did the other thing. I'm a two-trick pony. That's something to be proud of. I do believe that everybody has more than one, you know, significant work in them. My brother and I reference and quote you all the time. I have many things that I say that people like to quote, and I am very proud of myself. I'm glad that people think of Das feet when they think of Animaniacs. if they truly think of Das feet whenever they think of Animaniacs, God, forget what I just said. There's nothing I'm more proud of than that. Well, you know, as a wacky internet video guy, I feel that a lot of my jokes are ruining things in people's minds, like the Mario 2 music is now ruined because you will always think of my stupid video. So that goes for like everything. Oops, ruined your childhood. I'll do it again. Yeah. Yeah, like, oh, I'll win. I'll beat you. Oh, motherfucker. Did you see that? After a lifetime of taking that guy's shit. Finally got him. I showed him. Yeah, I mean, Das Feed is hilarious, and like you know, just like a disturbing character portrait in SpongeBob, it's hilarious because of the effort put into it, and the skill and the talent. You had the skill. It was necessary to. Whoop. It was necessary to harness a very skilled person so that the joke would land even harder. I studied foot wrinkles all day. That's great. I'm glad, because I didn't know you were gonna do that. But you know. I definitely just, I had like a little vision for it, that it would be realistic feet, but I didn't know how realistic. Shockingly, I'm still not into feet. I mean, all you had to do was portray someone who was into feet. You didn't have to be into them yourself, but you did a good job of portraying Hitler, who was into feet. Who, in my interpretation, was into feet. I mean, you also were very like, I specifically did not do this, but it's still good that you did actually study Hitler's art to try and get the style down. No, I didn't want to study Hitler at all because I wanted my own fears and preconceived notions about Hitler to make him up. But I'm gonna die. They'll get me. Do you genuinely excuse me 1 second. Genuinely believe Hitler would have been a furry. His name was Adolf. Adolf means wolf. There was no hope for him. There was no hope that he would not be a furry. Adolf O'Donnell. Can I see your penis? Look, I'm just making sure you're not, one of them. What next? Supposedly he wasn't that intelligent. No, I don't think so. I think Hitler was very good at some things. He was a good speaker and writer. Like, I think he certainly had a way with words that I don't think you could say it was somebody else doing that. Like, Hitler was good at picking all the right words to make himself seem really wussy, which somehow made him strong. Like if Hitler had a bad day and like people were rude to him at the supermarket, he would talk about how all of this is such a great injustice and, we've suffered this for so long. He would have a lot of choice words about his inconveniences. But, if he was a little smarter, maybe he wouldn't see them as problems. Hitler had charisma, but all in all, I'd say committing a genocide wasn't very intelligent. Well, I think, when it comes to evil dictator guys who take over the world, we've seen it happen, but They can never hold on to the world. Why do you think it is that they can't hold on to the world? The power that they seize always slips through their fingers, one way or another. And you know, like, I'm sure you could make a moral answer like people aren't supposed to be ruled, they're supposed to be free. But there might be another reason that, like, people just wouldn't accept it. They don't want to be ruled by him. They might want to be ruled, but maybe just not by him. The world didn't want to be taken. Wine and dine it first. You know, like, you try to stomp out all resistance with fear, but in the end, people didn't even, you know, people still resisted, they still fought back. You just can't hold on to that. And I'm wondering what the reason. My feeling is that there was no real plan for that power. It was due to lack of planning. They had meticulous planning in order to get power. And you know, look at the plot of The Lion King. It's literally this. He was very meticulously planning his takeover, but then once he's got the power, he's completely useless as a leader. He doesn't do anything to improve the situation, which only leads into his own downfall and demise. So, like, what was the whole idea anyway, Scar? He was just jealous. He was just mad and jealous, and had no real plan beyond that. You know, Hitler is a very wussy guy. I mean, you know, he still got one over on the world, but that is not a strong person who thinks that they need to get more because they, you know, they're doing such an incredible job controlling the amount of power they have now. It's you know, capitalism is just like this. It's like, good job on making all that money, guys. Let's make even more. Why? Because it's what we do. What we've been doing. I can't imagine life any differently. Just increase all of the efficiency. I mean, people act like we're still fighting World War II. I guess that never went away. You know, the Cold War was just, let's, instead of fighting, we'll make weapons and not use them. That didn't really make anything better. You're still all going to die. Hypothetical scenario. Benevolent dictator promises and potentially delivers on genuinely improving world society and infrastructure, but also demands complete unquestioned loyalty, good or bad. Well, I suppose this would be like God, which, when you're that powerful, you rise above the idea of good and bad entirely, right? It's like, you know, we're taught that God is the ultimate good, but then while we're taught that, we learn about all these times God got so mad that he killed everybody. Well, think about that now. I guess it's just like the only way humans could possibly make sense of things being so bad, like natural disasters and stuff, like, because the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. Because the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh, right? Yeah, Goofy is very devout, especially because of what the Lord has taken from him. You know, there's a few ways of explaining that. Pete might say it's because of stupidity. Pete does not believe in a god, merciful or not. He believes there is nothing when we die. Don't think he's wrong, and I know better. Grab life by the balls, goof. You only get one. Yeah, he believes in no afterlife, and he believes in no redemption. Like, imagine Pete going through life thinking anyone is going to be saved. He just wouldn't be himself. You know, we're all going to hell, Mickey. Even you. Not me. I'm a good guy. Okay, so let's get back to this hypothetical question. This good guy dictator. I suppose that we could have already had the good guy dictator and not know him. He's just such a nice guy that he won't even tell us about him. He don't want us to worship him. He doesn't need money. He doesn't need us to, like, pay tribute to him. All that he requires is our loyalty, right? So he takes some other form, like, I don't know. What's a business that everybody loves? Like Costco. It's like, what if Costco was a benevolent dictator? It's, you know, like every big corporation, Costco's stock does nothing but go up. But they're not evil because they pay people. Well, Costco is democratic socialism. Costco is socialism under capitalism. You pay a little fee for the exclusive club, and then you buy things that they're high in quantity and low in aesthetics. They're uglier and, like, you know, as a big bulk item, they're less attractive, but more attractive to some people. I'd offer complete loyalty for those $1 hot dogs. Hell yeah. Yeah, they know how to attract flies with honey. Oh right, there's the pumpkin here. I gotta be a pumpkin for that. Alright, let's be the pumpkins. East facing side of the mansion. Assuming that this is north. Bumpers. I need Bumbo. I want the tokens. Well, you know, the Powerpuff Girls made a joke about this. They did an episode where Mojo Jojo takes over the world, and he actually improves the world after taking over the world. He makes everything better. He gives everyone free puppies, which is what Bubbles was gonna do if she took over the world. But, like, you know, after fixing every problem with the world, he decides that it's too boring and goes back to destroying everything. And everything's back to normal. So, you know, that's one possible scenario. That the benevolent dictator will simply, like, he will simply just, like, get tired of his own power or something. Because, you know, like, on one hand, you could say he's, oh no, he's attacking everyone, he's abusing his power. But maybe not. Maybe he's giving up his power, because then they just throw him in jail. He didn't need to do that to get power like he did before. He spent his whole life trying to take over with violence, that he is unable to actually be benevolent. That's another possible reason. Penciling in Mojo Jojo for 2024 ballot. Yeah.
I'm nice now. See? You see how I'm nice now? I don't hate the Powerpuff Girls. I even think they're sexy.
But yeah. That was how he would take power. Yeah, I'm sure Hitler thought this too, right? I'm sure Napoleon felt this way. It was like, there's no choice. I must take over. How else would they know my glory, my greatness? Like, you know, when you think that, well, they must suck because they didn't fight back good enough. Sorry, I got this one. Then, you know, you get confused about your own abilities and qualities. Like, everybody has to taste the French wine. Like, what was Hitler thinking? It's like, I want to go to Paris, but they don't like me. Kanye should run again. Damn, and then Mojo shows up on the Epstein list. Yeah, and when this news breaks, he comes out as like, I've come out as the first monkey, the first gay monkey in space. The first Japanese gay monkey in space. Aren't you proud of me? I'm a coming out. I'm a so brave. Well, you know, in Japan, I don't know what Emperor Haruhito sounded like. Probably sounded like Mojo Jojo. Like, in Japan, they thought they were doing something that was like, we're fixing the world. We're going to save the world. It's a holy war. A holy war. Alright, I never did the toilet. Let me go up and do that. If you look up Haruhito's family tree, see that he is a direct descendant from the Japanese gods. Can't argue with that. I mean, I believe it, but I also believe that the Japanese gods were just human beings. This often happens with leaders. They are confused for gods. And gods might be real, but they're not here. Definitely not running for president. How do I get up there again? Oh yeah, I have to jump on this roof so I can get over into the hedge. And then I can walk up. Bunch of steps involved. Oh right. Other way. Rather, this is not the way. Oh, maybe it's actually easier than this. You could just walk up a little ramp. You gonna carve a pumpkus? I don't know. Maybe. Pumpkus. Yeah, you know, like he's descended from the gods who created the sky or whatever. I invented the sky. I created the sky. There was no sky during Obama. Did I get the Jiggy here? Without me, there'd be no sunrise, be no moon. Yeah, like that's the kind of shit, that's the kind of made up shit people believed about leaders back in the day. Are you a winner, son? I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm still a little lost. How do I get up onto the Viv? The pump. Well, yeah, okay, so here's some things that are good about the collect-a-thon. It's like, if you do end up getting lost or confused on your way to one destination, you can get sidetracked and be like, ooh, shiny Viv gives. Be like, did I get this one? It's a Jiggy. So yeah, like there's ups and downs to this kind of game, I guess. They shouldn't have been abandoned completely, but there are definitely issues. Like, look at me, just like fucking lost. I'm going to the same 3 places. I'm like, okay, it's gotta be over here. Have you ever seen the historical suffering chart? Probably not. What is it? Wait, yeah, I already got 100. Viv gives 100 notes. But yeah, I don't actually think a benevolent dictator could exist because yeah, like a good leader doesn't try to control. A good leader is strong, but allows people to have their own free will. You know, they don't take it as offense if they aren't worshipped as a god. There's a ramp around here somewhere. But there it is. How do I get to that? Like, the more you try to control things, the less actual power you have. Like, you know, if I was like trying to tell you how to draw the wrinkles on Dot's feet, that would be too granular too much micromanagement. I needed to allow a few people to fill in spots without my input. And it's like, what am I gonna do? Say that's wrong, fix it? Maybe, because it is the director's job to have the final word. But the director also doesn't have to be hyper particular about every detail. He can let other people make those decisions. Like, how the fuck do I get to that? Do a leap for it. There we go. Oh, this is like boxed in. So I guess you actually have to do that. Do not do it. Don't you do it! Alright. Facing east, that was the other side. How'd you feel about Ukulele, Hat in Time, and Mario Odyssey? Like, I enjoy them, but there's a horrible experience of being stuffed with... Wait. Sorry, I was reading two different people. Are cute things manipulative? Like, I enjoy them, but there's a horrible experience of just being so obsessed with neoteny? Neoteny that it rots your brain, leaves you out of touch... What's neoteny? What? I mean... Cute things are needy. They don't necessarily manipulate you, but they could to get what they need. You know, like my cat, for instance. He's like, "Hey, I'm cute." Like, you know, once in a while, I get fed up with his annoyingness that I can see through the cuteness. Be like, Becca! And like, then he's like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. You know, I feel bad to yell at him, so I try not to, but, you know, it happens still. Oh! But how did I feel about Ukulele, Hat in Time, and Mario Odyssey? Ukulele was kind of bad. It wasn't terrible. It just felt kind of empty. I guess it's a shame that you can't really play it without comparing it to this game, because it is this game. So, like, you know, I guess back then when they were like, we're not making a third game, they were feeling this way that I'm feeling now after having played Ukulele, which, you know, is years after what was years leading up to it, too. Of like, oh my god, let's try to forget as much as we can the amount of hype we were for certain Kickstarter projects that didn't really pan out. It's like, how many are there now? It's like, we're making the same game as your childhood, but better now. It's like, oh yes, it's 2010s, and I'm saying, oh yes. And you know, now it's the 2010s, and people are like, oh, we are so back. It's like, I don't know. I'm a little skeptical now because of all those Kickstarters that were disappointing. Like, Ukulele is not shit. It's just disappointing. It's like a little bit underwhelming. Like, and I feel like Neoteny is the science nerd term for things that are cute. Like Puss in Boots doing the face. Yeah, like he in the movie he's like, watch this, and he like does a face, and the bad guys are like, oh, it's cute. There's an Invader Zim episode where he realizes that he can use cute for evil, How do I harness this cute for the foolish humans? Or whatever. He like turns a hamster into a monster. Everybody's like, aw, he's cute. While he's destroying the city. But like, yeah, I don't know. I suppose it could be for evil, but it doesn't make it necessarily for evil. Look, if you're a cute thing... Oh, whoops. Wait, did I want to be here? Yes, that raised that to there. But this looks the same. Maybe it's just like from the other side. Buy feathers. No warps in this game. The other game lets you warp, but in this game you have to actually walk. Oh wait, no, there's the pots. You could use those. So I'll just get the pot and use that as the shortcut. But there's no warps in the levels themselves. That doesn't sound that bad. Dirty Birdie, her first and only boyfriend. Man, I know you're helping us, but don't you have anything else going on? Just hating on your sister? Hang on, what were people saying a second ago? Oh yeah, about cute. Like, if you were a cute thing, you would use your cuteness to the maximum as well. You would take full advantage of the fact that you are cute. You'd be like, but I'm cute! Every time you didn't get your way. Oh, right. This is probably just continuously progressing. Your favorite cute and evil character in a cartoon? Seems to be a popular trope. Cute and evil? I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to think of it right away. I kind of hate that trope, actually. Maybe it's the villain from Cats Don't Dance. Yeah, I mean... I think of, like, Yzma as a cat, which I kind of hate because I hate when people make cartoons that are like, cats are evil. It's like, I saw a cartoon of a cat, and now I'm basing this story off of my life, which is really just a guy who watches cartoons. It just feels like some really lazy bullshit when somebody does like an evil cat. Oh, it's cute and evil. Yzma should have been like an old cat. Objectively Garfield. Yeah, but Garfield is threatened by other cute things. He's like the evil queen. He's like Gruntilda. Like, there can't be anybody cuter than me. Sorry, kid, nothing personal. Where's Rusty Bucket Bay? Jumped into that bomb and I like slowed the game down for a few frames. Oh, maybe it's this face with the eyes. Just stream an ARG or something. You know, not everything needs to be that meticulous. Sometimes it's just a 36-year-old content creator playing a video game from his childhood. Doesn't have to be more than that, does it? Like, oh. I remember. Remembering things is all I do. Garfield cute? Yeah, he's cute. He's a cat. My cat is very much like Garfield. He's a fat kitty. But he's not like that fat. He's just like really thick. So he looks fatter than he is. He's got like really thick skin. Like one time he was lost for a few months. And when he came back, he was really thin. But he still looked like he was fat. Because he has so much skin and fluff. And he's, you know, he's so sweet though. He's a lot nicer than Garfield. Garfield is actually like a jerk cat who knocks things over, who you know, attacks the dog. He doesn't chase anything. He doesn't chase mice. Yeah, that is actually a pretty good depiction of a shitty cat. But like it doesn't say like this is just what cats are like, man. It's more like, yeah, cats can be jerks. Which, you know, there's only like a single atom of difference. But I feel like it just the subtle and nuanced of, you know. Hey, look, Garfield was good once. It hasn't been good since any of us were born, but it was good once. Yeah, if your whole life is just like hanging out with pets, that's fine too. I mean, you know, that's my whole life. That's why all my cartoons are just about pets. Garfield was good because Jim Davis had no creative input. Ah! Well, that's the end of me. Oh. Garfield's nightmare begs to differ. Adorable bitch characters are my kryptonite. Adorable bitch? Who fits adorable bitch? The adorable bitch description. Who are we talking about? Who are you talking about? See, this is what I don't like. I mean, it's not that I don't like it. It's that I'm skeptical. It's like, people will be like, man, I love this ship dynamic. And they draw two characters who are just like stick figures. And there's like no specific stuff going on except the like dynamic between them. And it's like, who are you talking about? You're talking about something in particular and you're trying not to say it. So just say it. Like, adorable bitches or adorable bitch. Was Garfield's Nightmare the one where he was abandoned and starved to death, or am I thinking of the Halloween special? No, it's none of that. Garfield's Nightmare was a very crappy carnival ride that was not a Garfield thing, but they made it a Garfield thing. So, like, they took, like, a really old, like 100-year-old ride that needed renovations. And they turned it into Garfield because money. You know, it's like they wanted somebody else to pay for the renovations. So they had, not only was it Garfield themed, but it also had advertisements for junk food in the ride. Oh, come on. That was a different hole than the others. I feel like I was usually able to, maybe the depth was just weird. Oh no. But yeah, okay, here's another good thing about a collectathon. You get knocked off a platform and you can't get back up, they make you explore a different area. And it's like, ooh, what's this now? And it's like, I'm not going to just try and get back to where I was. I'm going to get that note. Well, that was great. Oh, hey, another one. Well, that was fun. Too bad there's no notes left. Oh, I was right, thinking there might be a note there. Let me get some health. Ah! God. I love how the game freezes for a minute before he explodes. But yeah, what was I saying? What was I saying? What are people talking about? Oh yeah, like that. The game will give you other shit to focus on if you lose your way. But before that, because I was actually somewhere else talking about something else. Talk about adorable bitches. I was talking about Dust is an adorable bitch, Vidalia. Yes. He's cute. He's cute. Cute and destroyable. Oh wow, thank you, Push X. Gifted 10 Joe subs. Thank you for the sub. For the gub. But yeah, game looks so much better with the CRT on. Like this is why everybody wants to remake games, because they look at old games and think, this looks like shit. You really use a remake. They don't remember. None of us remember that games didn't used to look like shit. Like look at that, like look at that fake shadow on everything. You see that on the texture? There's like a fake shadow. That actually doesn't look that bad with the CRT filter. Like it actually adds to the scene. It makes it look more rich, full of detail and crap. Alright, the password is written down someplace. Or I could just guess it because there's only a few options. More than 3 characters long. Everyone in Has-Been Hotel is an adorable bitch. That's the problem with Has-Been Hotel. All the characters look the same. You have like at least 5 to 10 top hat wearing sexy men. You have 5 to 10 adorable bitches. Look, these things would be fine if we were talking about like rebuilding civilization with like at least 5 to 10 of each personality. But like, everyone has been in a hotel looks like edgy early 2000 DeviantArt OCs. I mean, yeah, it looks like the average internet art style. So basically what you said. Just an average art style. It's like, take all the art styles and average them, add them up, and then divide by the amount that you added. You would get the Has-Been Hotel style. Just, it's, you know, we see a lot of that shit, this like homogenization. There's a lot of boring styles I see a lot of that, like, it's weird because like they didn't exist before the internet, but now it's just like being regurgitated. it's weird how now you'll see like hundreds of different people with the same art style. And I know that was always a thing, but I'm talking about like now when there's like billions of art styles. It's the color palette, red and black and neon green. Yeah. Well, that style has also had an evolution since like the 2000s, when it was just like everything looked like those people who are making that stuff now made stuff that looked like Invader Zim, and now it might bear like a little bit of a resemblance to it. But it's not at the forefront of their mind, so it's not the thing that's being copied. No, that's not at the forefront of everybody's mind either, so it's not being seen on a massive scale. What is your favorite show? I mean, do I have a favorite show? It's hard to say because there's many shows out there, and I have shows I really like. But like, you know, there are things I like and dislike about shows I like that like I couldn't possibly survive on just one, right? Like, I love Mission Hill. That's a really good show. But I can't survive on just Mission Hill. I suppose Mission Hill would be better to survive solely on than like King of the Hill, because King of the Hill is a funny show, but it's not like a cartoon the way Mission Hill is a cartoon. And I feel like you need both. That is my hill that I will die on. Anyway, I'll be right back. Body bought my NFTs. NFTs. That's why I left the room to kill myself. Cause nobody bought my NFTs. And that is the reason that my wife, she left me, yes. Oops. 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 Oops and all over. Yeah. Also just say fuck it, go a different direction. Another thing, this is perfect for my ADHD actually. Like I had a few complaints about this game, but not nearly as many complaints as the Mario Sunshine. This is, you know, I also had praise for that game for being very good for my ADHD. It's like, what am I doing? Where am I going? Who cares? I'm just fucking around. There's not as much fucking around in this game, I guess. The gameplay is not as, it's not quite as exciting to just like go off in a direction as Banjo. You know, when you get the running shoes, that's a little more fun. Yeah, being Kazooie is actually more fun. Because Kazooie's faster. And Kazooie has a better attack. So, like, in the sequel, they make it so you can run around as Kazooie without Banjo. That's great, because Kazooie's even faster without Banjo slowing her down. I need something for ADD, I think. You just need stimulation. You just need stimulation to calm your ADHD brain down. What brand of cigarettes does the Dog of Wisdom smoke? These are the questions. This is why I don't answer questions. I need people to wonder about these things, you know? Yeah, you know, It could be it could be a video game or some sort of toy, or even art. You know, making art or even looking at art can be a stimming activity. I wonder if it's more of a mood condition than a condition. Well, not a mood, but like a just like a thing that everybody experiences. I guess it's chronic for some people. Is there such thing as non-chronic ADHD? Did anybody just get ADHD for a day? I mean, I think it's probably caused by all of our electronics and shit, right? Or made worse because we're not trained to calm ourselves during all these waiting periods. Here's an example. You know, you work at Apple and you're like, bad news. Everyone hates our shitty computers. And one person's like, maybe we should make them less shit. The other person's like, no way, I got it. Instead, let's just make the loading icon more fun. We'll make a spinning rainbow circle thing. 3, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. It's like, ah! I go in there? Yes. So like, you know, they just like make loading a little bit more stimulating. But then eventually people started to associate that rainbow thing with everything breaking. So it doesn't make you happy for very long. I mean, I do think being clever about a loading screen is something that every person who makes software must do. Like, recent years, all video games have tips on the loading screen so that you're not, come on! Barry from Conker's Bad Fur Day. One of these green dudes is a furry. Like I'm definitely not understimulated, just underfocused. Just unfocused. I'm like a dog at the park. Everything's interesting, but only for 2 seconds. Alright, I got this. First thing I hear is Joe saying furries. Well, you know, somebody who worked on this game. Probably the main person in charge of this game. And I'm sure at least 50% of the people who played this game went on to become a furry. Man, fuck you. The mini bosses in this game are a little bit more basic. They just, you know, there's like, they just talk instead of having a cutscene. Oh shit, alright. More. Shoot him. Looks like he's stuck. Probably just shoot him to death. I could just go up to him and end his suffering. Alright. Yipe! Yipe! Yeah, and then there's no cutscene or any camera movement at the end. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of games like that where the sequel is like something is just like improved. And then like you go back to the original game and think like, man, that really improved, huh? Not that it was really bad before, it's just like they decided to take certain other things more seriously this time. Alright, this is when I died. So, let me, hopefully not make the same exact mistakes. That's okay. Oh shit. No! 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 Fucking hell. Joe, how furry are you on a scale from 1 to 10? So, what would 1 look like? And what would 10 look like? How many jiggies did I get? How many notes do I need for the next note door? 700 something? Alright, well, I could probably come back here later. Go to the new Div Give. 10 is furry VTuber. I feel like 10 is more than just a virtual costume. 10 would be you spend like $10,000 on a fursuit of your character. Right? Like, 1 would be like... 1 would be you're just a person who likes snakes or something. You know, like you just have a fixation on a particular animal and you reflect that in your avatar, in your bio, etc. You know, you might have a furry animal character of that animal. That's like level 1, I think. It's just having a little obsession with snakes or some sort of animal. And then level 2 is actually going by like your avatar, which is that animal. 3 would be like making a game like this, where some of the main characters are anthropomorphic animals. Or I guess 3 would be doing that, like Sonic. And then 4 would be making them wear clothes. Actually, I don't know. Maybe that doesn't factor into how furry you are. Whether or not they wear clothes might not matter. Did I get the... I didn't get the first pot, did I? Nope. You're probably like a 1. You have an interest in animals. So I guess that's 1. You don't hate animals, so you're passing there. Dog of Wisdom, your fursona? I mean, I feel like I have multiple fursonas. If Dog of Wisdom, you know, they're all my fursona, right? And they're just characters, you know? Every character is made from a piece of you, even Hitler. We all get as angry as Hitler sometimes. Hitler's a furry. My character Hitler is a furry. What's a wisdom? Oh, that's a wisdom. Animals are neat. Yeah. Furry level 1. Animals are neat. Well, I feel like after you get past, like, level 5, That's when you're like starting to imagine everything as furry, right? Like you look at a person, you think, what would they be? Because you start to see the world in terms of animal caricatures. And like the kind of what kind of personality is best represented by which type of animal. You know, like I think Rango would be furry level 5. That might be me. I might be there. Sorry if that's a middling answer. By saying middle of the road. But, you know. I feel like anything past that is when you start to call yourself a furry, which I don't. How do I get that, how do I make that painting accessible? I have to hit a switch someplace. You're borderline furry? Well, you know, like when I think of furry, I think of like anthro, and there's like levels of anthropomorphization. Like a talking dog is like level 1. we're back to that. Level 1, talking dog. And then like, you know, you get higher up and it's like a human being's body with an animal's head. Chillfin. Yeah, Chillfin is my fursona. That's who represents me, I suppose. But yeah, like I was saying, all of them are kind of supposed to be a part of me. I think I'm wise some days. I think I'm not wise other days. So that's 2 characters. Boom, ba-dum, ba-hum, ba-dum. Done this. Ah. Done this. But yeah, Chillfin is like, that's my anthropomorphic animal avatar. I feel like I'm the level of furry that doesn't call itself furry, and doesn't even, you don't even think of it as furry, you know? Like Chillfin doesn't, that's not furry. But then you realize it is, and it's like, it's cool that it is. And I didn't realize it. Well, I guess that's like because the things normally associated with being furry are not present. Oh right. Maybe if I go to where Click Clock Wood is, I'll find the puzzle platform. Right, there's like a switch shaped like a puzzle piece, I think. I'll find it. I think it might just be like a switch with a picture of that platform on it. The fact that the game has to start the music over every time is like, I guess there's multiple different maps. That's gotta load into the game. Well, I suppose, like, you know, the more human-like your character is, the closer they are to being sexually attractive. And someone said it once, that Dog of Wisdom beats Rule 34. I thought that was really funny. It is extremely popular, but no one would dare make porn of real dogs. I mean, there's still cartoons with anthropomorphic traits, but like, ain't nobody want to see that shit. How do I get the Viv give? If I walk up to the house. Yeah, it's sad that I'll never be able to see this for the first time again. But at least now I can, like, realize that. That, like, there should be that fun mystery to every game. Should have some sort of thing like that. That it is magical because you can only experience it once. This is terrible. I need to come back. I'm missing just a few notes. I don't know if going this way is correct. This is where it came from, isn't it? Here. Can you release the blend file for the dogs? I'm not really willing to do that. I like that they're tied down. There we go. Wow. I already talked to you. Alright, I went back, but I didn't get the other pot, didn't I? Who didn't die? Oh! Kill the horizontal ones, I guess. All of them. Alright, it's kill or be killed. Oh my fuck. Alright, well. Enough. Oh! Got him. What were we talking about? She's waiting for me. Alright, this is where I need to be anyway. That's good. Good that I died. But yeah, like, I like this idea that the game is just so full of stimulating things. So much imagery of you know, shiny gold things to get and funny sound effects everywhere that, like, you never feel like, oh, I died and I'll never get back to where I was. Like, you just forget about it and move on. There's just so much in this game that, like, and I took this game for granted for so long. But now I'm looking at it. I haven't played it in a while now. And now I'm looking at it with fresh eyes. Like, the game is really packed with stuff. I remember thinking it's not even packed with that much stuff. Cause you know, Banjo-Tooie has even more stuff in it or something. Banjo-Tooie has, like, interconnected worlds. So, like, the game actually expands and, like, it becomes exponentially more complicated. There's so many more, like, moves you can get in addition to all the ones that you already got from this game. But, like, everything was made in the first place for this game. And Banjo-Tooie was kind of just like, they had so much extra stuff that was like enough for another game. Well, that's how it feels from looking at it, because they came out like one after the other, but then there was no Banjo 3E. Yeah, and like, what were we expecting exactly? Probably another N64 game, right? We were thinking we'll be on the N64 when it comes out in like a year or two. But yeah, like that mystery element, once you use it up, it's gone. So we needed them to keep making more games, but then they didn't, and that was decades ago, and now we're processing this. I went from, well, why not, to, and we already got so fucking much. Like, the amount of stuff that they actually just made from scratch for this game is like, that could have been the entire series. They could have stopped after this one. And I think the more gratitude you have, the less sad you are. But like, that's not something I really knew back then. Yeah, I suppose I should be grateful that we got this game at all, because you probably could have convinced yourself that you don't even need this game because of Mario 64. But you know, then it's like you're saying you need more and more Banjo. It's like, I don't know, maybe we never did. Maybe 2 is enough, and then they made a third game, which felt kind of forced. It felt kind of like a different game, right? Like, I was talking about this a little before, saying how that the excitement and the enthusiasm for a project should naturally wear off. I think the reason it feels like people's excitement doesn't wear off is because it's actually different people coming in and becoming fans of it for the first time for decades. Like, that's something that happens, like, and then you know, you can sometimes recapture the excitement that was originally had. But I tend to think those are cheap cash grabs and do not represent what we saw in them originally. Like Banjo Nuts and Bolts doesn't look like a bad game even. It just looks like they should have abandoned Banjo. It doesn't look anything like a Banjo game. You don't get moves. You don't get power-ups. It's like, I guess there's no transformations. You know, not everything needs to fit a formula, but it looked like a vastly different game where you're supposed to build things. And the only thing it seemed to even have in common with Banjo-Kazooie was that it's a platformer. And that it was made by Rare. You know. Hey, look. If you feel comfortable with your characters, if you like your characters, if you are allowed to use them, then go nuts. And bolts. But we're gonna smell that you changed the sauce. And that you don't got the sauce no more. Or worse, it'll be the same sauce, but different everything else. Although I guess sauce is a good metaphor because it feels like something that's not that big, but it ends up making it or breaking it. You know, like if instead of tomato sauce, you had potato sauce. Tomato, potato, same thing. Like, you can't just use potato sauce instead of tomato sauce. That's not pasta sauce. That's not pizza sauce. I want the potato sauce. The problem with Nuts and Bolts was a lack of sauce. Yes, this is true. Have to eat your nuts and bolts without any sauce. Yeah, sometimes the lack of sauce is what I want. Maybe there's too much sauce. I don't like ketchup. I don't like ketchup on my fries. If you give me ketchup, I will eat like, oh my god, like, I will eat like a quarter's worth of ketchup. I don't mean a quarter will buy a quarter's worth of ketchup. I mean a quarter-sized amount of ketchup. That's how much ketchup I will use. I will waste 90% of the tiny ketchup packets it comes in. I'll be like, man, I feel like I'm just throwing out like a gigantic plate of ketchup right now. Not a huge fan. I'll occasionally like ketchup if it's like on fries that are so hot that they're burning me. But yeah, like in that case, it didn't have to be ketchup. It could have been really any sauce. Literally anything would have cooled it down. Why ketchup? Just the cheapest sauce, probably. Just corn syrup and red. Oh, fuck! I'm a deranged ketchup weirdo. The food's just there to taste, to flavor my ketchup. I don't have a issue with that if you like ketchup. That's good, actually, because at least I know all the ketchup I wasted is going somewhere. Of your spam. I love it. I'm having spam, 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 baked beans, spam, spam, and spam. Yeah. Spam. Everyone loves spam. Everyone loves to get spam. That's why we get so much of it. Because we like it. Is this a shortcut? I mean, it's definitely not going to save time. Did I get past this? Yeah. You know that charity that collects used hotel soap and sends it to Africa? No, I don't. Why don't they just send it to, like, me? I don't mind if it's used. Why not send the people in Africa some actually good soap? The tree level is the water temple of Banjo-Kazooie. I mean, I can't say that this is nearly as nauseating as the water temple. This is not a miserable place to be. I love this level. The water temple, I mean, I don't know if you wish to explain further. I assume you mean it's just like a long, frustrating stage that requires you to go on many different little quests here and there to get switches and whatnot. Oh, he's cute. Yeah, I mean, falling off this tree really sucks, but it's still such a fun place to be that I can't really, like, say it's as miserable as the water temple is. I'm sad we didn't get a chance to hang out. Gotta organize separate visits sometimes. Yeah, man, you gotta come here. I'm sorry, I didn't want to go to Pittsburgh. You understand. You understand more than I do. You have talked way worse trash about Pittsburgh than me. I don't blame you. Yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't want to... Fred didn't mind, but, like, I minded. Like, the idea of, like... Fuck. Alright, I'll come back for you. I'll jump off after getting you. Unless I fall to my death. Fred, what did I say about him? Fred offered to drive me there and back to Philly. I was like, no, that's such a waste of your time. You know, maybe if like the drive was like really scenic, I would say yes, but I've done it a bunch of times. I don't know if there's a whole lot for me to experience. Oh man, I can't even get that. All right, fuck it then. I'm gonna mumbus. Get the B. I want to be a bee. I want the bars. Pittsburgh is actually awesome. I mean, I used to really like Pittsburgh, but I guess I felt too isolated out there too. You know, I was like, Pittsburgh is great. It's smaller than New York, but like a lot smaller. It's like pretty lonely. I mean, you know, Pittsburgh would be fine if you could convince more people to move out there, but I could not do that. And, you know, the longer I convinced myself that I could, the more I was gonna be lonely. You're fucker. Help! Yeah, I'm trying to land! That was the first one I got. Definitely not going to collect all of the Jinjos. I'm totally gonna die first. Pittsburgh is great if you like football and rain, but it's definitely a corpse of a city. Yeah, Pittsburgh doesn't really have any life. Like, feels like it's a city from a long time ago. There's really no point in getting this Mumbo token. There's just some extras in case you missed a few. Wait, where do I want to go? Go up more. There's a thing if you go all the way up. All right, I'll go all the way up. Is there anything up here? The fat little bee is so slow. But this? Ah, thank you.
Thank you. Come back anytime.
Oh. Get that. That gold feather. Yeah, you got it. You got the gold feather. Fireworks. Fanfare. Bah, bah. That was a Duolingo sound. Yeah, I want to get something as bear. Ba, 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 ba. First time chatters, welcome. Hello. So you moved from Pittsburgh to NYC? Nah, I live in Philly. I used to live in New York, but not anymore. Yeah. You gotta play Banjo-Tooie after this. Maybe, I'll see. I'd probably rather do that than Donkey Kong 64, which briefly considered doing when this game wasn't working. Oh, fuck. Yeah, alright. This level is horrid, but I don't know. For some reason, it's never, like, enough to make me want to give up. It's really funny when Banjo falls off like that. That might be part of it. Ow! Like, entertaining to see him fall, so not really, like, that disappointed. See, I'm already back to where I was, basically. And I'm already dead again. Have you watched Fundamental Paper Education? No, I don't know what that is. What are your thoughts on the new episode of Digital Circus? I'm not gonna watch it because I can't stand 22-minute long cartoons. Do you realize I'm almost 40? This is like when Meredith talks about how there's no chance she'll ever have time for anime. Like, I'm old. Although she did sound like she was mildly interested in checking out JoJo, which I think is a great show. But, you know, that's up to you if you want to watch like a 10 season long cartoon. But like for me, I found, and I feel like this has to be the rule for any show, is like, if I found that JoJo was, it grabbed me in the first episode and it did not let go for like 4 seasons. I feel like a show is not really worth it if it doesn't do that. If it can't grab you by the first episode, that means that its concept is not strong enough. Or something. I don't actually believe that, I guess. It's like, some good shows take a little while to get going, but like, this was instant. So I was very grateful for that. That it's like, actual things are happening right away. The show isn't like, they're not trying to let you get comfortable first. They're trying to make you uncomfortable, actually. That killed me. I think even if a show takes a little while to get momentum, you have to have a good hook at the start. Right, yeah, like you have to sell people on it somehow. So I needed like 30 more notes. I definitely didn't get enough, did I? Oh my god. Wait, how many did I need? It's upsetting. I'll be short like 5 notes. Wow, yeah. They should have had a custom grunty just there to make fun of me for coming close. Yeah, like recollecting all of these notes in the Click Clock Wood is terrible. Because I just want to keep moving on with the next part of the stage. I want to go back and re-get all those. It's like you fall off a tree in a level where there's a giant tree. And, you know, having that water there was great because it saves your life. But now it's summer and all of the water is gone. So the game got a little bit more difficult immediately. Oh, but like then in winter it's like the water is back, but it's turned to ice. So not only will you die if you fall on it, but you will freeze to death if you try to swim in it. I think winter is the easiest one. And then maybe summer, this one is the hardest one. Oh no! Wow, they did that just for me. Loss of life, it sure does help. Oh yeah, and now there's just bees that don't even have honey. This is the final stage of the game, so it makes sense that it would be difficult. This camel hates me so much. No, there's no video game character I can think of that hates the main character more than this camel. I really don't need those, do I? Well, actually, I just died, so maybe. I need them a lot more than I think. Doesn't even make sense. His beak is like 100 times bigger than mine. I almost did something stupid. Can't reach that. And there's nothing there. Oh, but I should go down there actually, because I can help this guy. He says, please come inside, and then it's impossible to go inside. So, what's the oldest Flash animation you made? Oldest Flash animation I ever made? Well, my first cartoon was called Grendel the Witch, about an evil witch, just like the witch in this game. I was 15, and there was a movie making class, and I was a little bit experienced in Flash, but had never actually made a cartoon before. So it's a little rough. It's not something I really want to share. I'm not even sure if it's in my possession. I don't actually know how to find it. I know it exists, though. Oh god. Dang him. Oh my god. Oh shit, I'm fucked. Come on. There we go. Yeah, look at their faces. They are sad. They're pained and sad. That is the face of someone who's getting used to pain. Here they are pained and mad. That's the face of someone who is used to pain. They blinked. They're happy now. They're joyous now. I'm nice now. Like Steven Universe and Hitler. Okay, guys. He says he's sorry. Nobody bought my NFTs. Doesn't work as easily with this song. My daddy bought my NFTs. One bought them. So I killed myself. By my NFTs, I will cry and also kill myself. Buy my NFTs, or else you're a normie and a new coiner too. And I'll kill myself. You have to do it, or you fucking suck, or I'll kill myself. Nobody gives a fuck. You didn't buy the NFTs enough. Morning, Joe. It's like 4. Is there an actual Steven Universe and Hitler cartoon? No, it's just a crappy meme. Just like Steven Universe forgives Hitler. Or like Steven Universe redeems Hitler. That is a pathetic sound. Yeah, he ate all of them. Now he's fat. This is what percentage furry is this? 70? 80? Well, you know, that actually is a misconception that for many years we believed that furries were perverts and degenerates, and turned out that the ones that were perverts and degenerates were the same amount as everyone else, which is like 60%. So it didn't actually have anything to do with them being furry. I think it has more to do with them being terminally online, which you have to be if you're a furry. I mean, I think we could forgive Hitler, but like, you know, there's another Steven Universe Hitler thing where he's like, where he's like, what if you could change your mind, Hitler? And he just glares at Steven, and Garnet's like, I think we're gonna have to kill this guy. Yeah, I mean, you know, forgiveness is not about forgiveness is not about excusing people's actions. It's about letting go of anger. You know, like, you could resent. I think the reason we don't hate Germany anymore is because you could resent them forever, and maybe that's what we did in the interwar period. We just were like, yeah, fuck Germany, fuck some Germans, and it's like, no, he does a fucking. Oh, cute. Good. Oh no! I lived. Oh, I didn't even have that many nodes, so it didn't really matter. Water temple. I don't know. I never saw it as nearly as frustrating to be here. Water temple is also maybe a little bit overhated. It's aesthetically appealing to me. Cool looking. I mean, if you change it so oh hey, it's a switch. That's where I needed to go. Get out of here. If you change it so, and they did, if you change it so the iron boots are a C button thing, then it stops sucking immediately, and they did that for the remake. So that, you know, was very frustrating to have to pause, change the boots, unpause. You know the thing, man. You were there. You know why we hate the water temple, man. Ah! Yeah, every single character, object, texture, environment looks so much better when the TV just like blurs it all into soup. Makes it look like it exists in a world. It looks like it's actually the thing it's supposed to be, and the surface, the like quality and the texture, the like feel of every surface looks organic compared to like without the filter. It just looks like computer. It just looks like something created by a computer. This is like, even on a big TV like back then, it looked more fake, and like this looks better to me than how it does on the TV at Meredith's house. Oh, I don't need to be here again, do I? Like, just because it's like a little bit smaller and like things are even more blurry and crushed than they are on that TV, which is probably what they were using to test the game. And you know, Nintendo doesn't make televisions, but if they did, they would insist upon playing a game under these circumstances with this hardware. Alright, I should probably leave. But now I'm all the way up here, so to leave I have to be very cautious. What? Hey, it's a Jinjo. That's the only one I got. Who knew he had streaming content? A lot of people don't know, I suppose, because I only have like 30 people watching. It really should be thousands. I suppose I'm not a good enough entertainer. Not good enough. Whatever. Thousands of people aren't good enough. I'm good enough. No, I don't fucking explain it. Like, I mean, if you're expecting me to do the voice the whole time, you'll be disappointed, which is maybe why there aren't more people here. They think I'm gonna be just a one-note character. You know, I'm a person and not a character, right? You know, I actually suck in real life. I'm actually kind of a bast, and I hate you. I mean, I'm not that mean. I don't like people who expect me to be one thing. So I'll intentionally drive those people away. I was just seeing something I never saw before. I was having a conversation about this with one of my patrons, and they're saying that one of the like Oni Plays guys had this problem where people just saw him as like a character on Oni Plays and not a person. It's like once you do that, it's like, I didn't read his entire Vent comic, but like, you can't treat a person the same way you might treat a fictional character. That's just abusive. Like, you're allowed to treat a character as terribly as you want, as long as like you have like a little bit of respect and give whatever is represented through that character some dignity. But the character themselves doesn't have feelings. Like, by dignity I mean like, here's a character, Mumbo. He's a bit of a stereotype. But nobody really calls it out as being racist because he's not that offensive. He's just a shaman. It's an archetype. So like, for him to be like, ooh, yeah, ooh, that's just a silly impression of an archetype. But you could definitely take it in a racister direction. It's definitely be perceived as racist now. Absolutely. And Humbawamba would be completely censored because she's, a Native American with big breasts. And you shouldn't do that. you oughtn't to do that. Sad camel. We were all Oogas at one point. Yeah, I'm 5% Ooga Booga. Yeah, but like, what was I saying? It's like, you know, a cartoon character is made to be beat up. People think that cartoon characters deserve more respect and humans deserve less. And you know, I think those people should be stuffed into a dumpster, but only because I don't see them as human, because of the way the internet puts that between people. They put distance between people to make them seem like they're just fictional. And then you know, fictional characters you get close with to the point where you think they're real. No, please don't ever fucking do that. Please don't ever fucking do that. I don't know how, there's no way to prevent it. All I can do is ask. Please don't ever do that. Like, people deserve to be treated like people. Cartoons don't. But you know, you should, I guess, have enough respect for a cartoon character that you will never treat a person that way. You know, like, I remember when I was a kid, I realized, like, you can do slapstick comedy with the dwarfs and not Snow White. That's a character that you're not allowed to fuck with like that. You're not allowed to hurt her. You can make her run away from something scared, but you're not allowed for her to get hurt. That's too sad. And you know, it might have something to do with, like, respect for the representation. It's like, you know, don't show Snow White with her head cut off. That might send a bad message to little boys. They might think, oh, I should cut off heads. I should cut off the head of the girl in my class I have a crush on. You know, maybe kids aren't that stupid, but people who create cartoons definitely think they're that impressionable, and that they who make the cartoons are that influential. It's like, you know, people will draw Mickey Mouse as evil to parody Disney, but they'll never show Snow White with her head cut off. That's still too fucked up. You hear about actors getting death threats from people over their stuff characters did? Oh my god. Yeah, like, people were at some point trained to treat fictional characters and human beings like the same thing. I mean, a character is not the actor they portray. A character is actually closer to being a part of the director's personality, right? Like, you know, if you are afraid of Hitler like I am, then you might even take on some of his qualities. Oh, there's notes here now. Nothing here for you now, Bear, but like there's more here than there was before. Takings, cookings, havings, had, taked, book. You should make a cartoon where the seven dwarfs are doing slapstick and then Snow White does it and breaks a bone. Yeah, her skin is so soft that it just peels off immediately. Her skin is so fair that the sun comes out and she just shrinks. She just withers. Yeah, like having cartoon slapstick logic applied to Snow White is just so, it's so wrong that no one will even do it even today. This squirrel is just like my chihuahua. He's only in this predicament because he ate too many nuts before and didn't plan for the future. And now he's like, I need Mondays. I need Mondays. Please give me Mondays because I need to buy Crundes. Buy the Crundes and then you'll be happy. Got to buy the happy. Happy can be bought. That's what I learned. Happy happens when you buy it. How do I get that one? I guess I just fall to my death. That's how I get it. Buckus. Yeah. What were we talking about? Snow White trades jobs with the dwarves for 1 day. Just gets horribly maimed in the mines. Yeah. Yes. Well, you know, she'd be like, she'd say how she's never been afraid of a little hard work and, you know, just get your animal friends to help. Like the canary dies. She doesn't even realize the implications of that. Oh shit. Wow, good save. Meanwhile, the dwarfs act like cleaning is the hardest thing and complain about it. Snow White is literally dying. Yes, well, they never cleaned their house, so they're afraid of that. And I guess they would probably suffer in funny cartoon ways. Like, you know, the animals would be like, no, 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 clean this way, not that way. And like, use their tail to like, whoop, 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 in their nose. It's like, that's how you clean. And it would be really cute. There'd be absolutely nothing violent or painful about it. And meanwhile, Snow White is just like getting bigger and bigger cuts on her hands. And like, you know, the moral of this episode of Snow White is that they'd be like, you were right, that is hard, but like, I think the dwarves would be like, that wasn't so bad. And Snow White would just be not alive. Well, did I do this? Well, like, you know, they're used to her dying. She's died before. But this time, a kiss will not bring her back. So they just are like, hey, I know. We can bring her back by kissing her. And so, like, first they have a tournament to decide who gets to kiss her. and you know, 6 of them die in this tournament, and the one that's still alive, he probably can't really do much kissing either. His head isn't even on anymore, and you know, he's just like kissing with his forehead a completely dead Snow White. Oh shit, yeah. I really like just jumping off of this thing, but every time I do that, it's death and destruction. I actually might survive if I fall off here. Yeah, that's funny too, when you just fall into the water and see how far down you go. And yeah, like Mario 64 had you fall off to your death, but this game actually shows like Banjo's like acceleration. Like he accelerates and gets really fast and hits the ground as hard as he was going fast. All right, I have over 50 notes now, so I can probably kill the bitch if I die here. Do I want to go back to spring before I move on? I guess I'll just do that last, because I think there's a lot of notes here. I like how the new Snow White is like, Snow White isn't white, the dwarves are CGI, and at the end she'll need no man. Then what story are you even telling? I suppose what disturbs me about that is how we already know everything about this movie that is never coming out. Like, why even watch the movie if you understand from a series of news articles what happens in it? You've seen a few screenshots and you can already guess all of these like disgustingly formulaic things. It's definitely wrong of them to try and make a movie they don't even like. You know, I guess a part of me agrees that you can improve things you don't like by adapting them, but oh my god. Fucker. Oh shit. Shit. Oh shit. Where's the guy's house? Snow White, but terrible. It's Snow White, but like with like a disdain for the source material. Like even parodies don't have a disdain for the source material the way this does. I like how his bed is slippery. I wonder if they meant to do that or if it was a mistake. Alright, you can't just like talk to people. I kind of like that, honestly. The way that a character will say something once and that's it. That's not so bad. Oh, I missed what he said. Whatever. You know, if a game is replayable, you'll see it next time you play it. Doesn't suck. They changed it because they found out it was Hitler's favorite movie. I mean, I'm sure Hitler liked it. I'm sure Disney made it for Hitler. He was like, this will prevent World War II. And it didn't. It's my idea of a peace offering. Aiming this thing is pretty tough. Gotta just do it head on or else nothing doing. But yeah, what was I saying? They didn't even appear to like Snow White, so why adapt it? Like, I don't care if it, I don't care what decade it is. Her name is Snow White because she's white. It's like, are you really gonna take that away from Snow White? She's white. There's no shame in Snow White being white. I don't know why we have to tell ourselves that. It's like, yeah, maybe there is a shame in whiteness being the dominant, acceptable protagonist or whatever. You know, like, every protagonist had to be white for a long time. But, like, it's because all of our stories come from fucking Europe. Like, she's white. It's like, you know, I see a lot of that online where it's like, I took this character and I race swapped them. I took this character and I gender bent them. I took this character and now they are obese. Obese, black, male, Snow White. Like, whatever. Everyone's able to do that. But like, it still feels like a traditional character like Snow White we should not like pretend that it's some sort of modern invention. It's okay for things to have existed in the past. Snow White doesn't deserve a remake because Snow White is still good. The one from 1936 or whatever. If a character's race doesn't actually matter, then whatever. I don't care if Ariel is black. Your name is Snow White and it's part of the story. Yeah, like, I think it's because the implication is that she's beautiful because she's so white. Right? Snow White is so white that she's snow. Like, that's a good thing. Like, that she's white, right? Like, you're not allowed to imply that that's a good thing, because then you would be underhandedly saying that non-white is a bad thing. But, like, I think it's okay to be proud of whatever color your skin is. Whether it's white or so white. Oscar's so white. Remember that? Hashtag Oscar's so white. You know what? Maybe we shouldn't have fucked with the Oscars because they went full retard. It's like, this is what we're this is specifically what we're talking about, is movies. Is like the way that they'll say, like, how can we keep movies fresh? By making Snow White black? By making her dark? By making her not white? Or not so white, or even white at all? Or I suppose everyone's got a bit of whiteness to them, and I think we should certainly not ignore the fact that people with dark skin use makeup sometimes to make themselves look lighter. You know, whether it's racist to do that or not probably varies from person to person. It's like, I don't know, like nice sound effect. Oh, I remember being so I remember like feeling so emotional and sentimental about this eagle growing up, that I never noticed that they had a fart sound effect there. I remember feeling like that was such a beautiful thing, that this baby bird grew up into a giant eagle because I fed him. And I never noticed there was like right there. That is truly the beauty of fart sound effects. It's like, it doesn't matter if you don't think it's funny now, because it can be funny again. And yeah, that's another thing. That's another thing I love, when like you actually factor in like some like legitimately sentimental things to enhance a joke. And it may even work the opposite, where the joke enhances the sentimental thing. And yeah, and I love that I'm revisiting this game now, where I can like kind of pick up on these whatever little things I missed, because I thought I got everything out of this game, but it turns out it keeps on giving. Just by reminding me of how little games like this that are actually made. Makes me feel sorry that I took it for granted for so long. I really did, didn't I? I took every game for granted, but especially my favorite ones that I play over and over. Those Hallmark moments are always more beautiful in your head. Well, yeah, I feel like, we have, like, moments like that people won't readily admit were really emotional for them. But then, like, you know, after 20 years, they'll say it in a YouTube comment that this part made me cry, or, you know, this choked me up. I always get choked up every single time. But like, also it's like things that you wouldn't admit because it kind of feels like maybe you're not sure if it was even supposed to be like that. But then you see other people saying it, you realize that you're not the only one. Yeah, like the part in Mario Galaxy 2. Oh no, I'm dead! No, I lived. Game was merciful. The part in Mario Galaxy 2 where you get to the end of the level and there's no music, but it's like peaceful. It's like, did anyone else really like this part of this game? I mean, this is absolutely lovely, what I'm experiencing right here. This is like, if I hadn't been taking it for granted, I'd be weeping tears of joy from just how lovely this is. Yeah, like, even little things like this could make you cry if no one was looking. Like, they built the cabin over the course of the year. They fixed it. How do I get on that? Joe is saying this because he cried during Cars 2. You know, maybe back then I would make fun of someone for crying during Cars 2, but now I'd realize that they're just pregnant. Oh shit. Goodbye, everybody. Oh, I lived. I love that. I lived. Yeah, see, like, even this is doing the good collectathon thing where it's like, oh, well, now I have something else to look forward to. Also, this level is a little bit, you know, it's a little bit fairer because it gives fly pads. I don't actually have to climb the tree, I can just fly. Although, there's not a whole lot of red feathers on this one. There's red feathers on the other season. But, yeah, I'll have to go back there if I want to get more. Yeah, if you're pregnant, you will cry during Cars 2. That's just like how it works, I guess. I don't know if it's just when you're pregnant. It could be like when you're PMSing. I think it's whenever you're extremely hormonal. You can find, you know, any like shitty movie scene to be really emotional. I really like the part where Mater eats the wasabi. Just really emotional. I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe not that scene, but definitely the part where, like, he's like, Mater, you're what? Nothing, Mater. What were you gonna call me? And so Mater just, like, realizes then and there that he's retarded. The shitting is so insane that people are nostalgic and revisionist. Go on Twitter and it's like, OMG, this moment from 8 Crazy Nights made me cry every time. Oh yeah, there's a scene in 8 Crazy Nights about slaying it all out. And it's like, you're surrounded by your friends, these well-known brands that love you and need your money to live. They want you to be yourself. They want you to feel what you're feeling and let it all out. I just got so emotional when friends were telling him to cry that I cried too. The final seasons of Fun Ugly Martians legitimately changed my life. Yeah, people are like that. I mean, you know, you can feel a character's pain, but I feel like there's usually a level of separation where it's like, you know, like when Buzz Lightyear finds out that he's a toy, it's like I'm kind of laughing at him. But, you know, I also feel his pain. I feel like that's a very good way of portraying Buzz Lightyear's sorrow in a way that's not, like, really depressing. You know, just kind of sad. It's like he's depressed, but it's not depressing for you. It's kind of cathartic because you've been watching this guy be an asshole the whole movie. But at the same time you start to finally feel sad for him. Oh my god, find me a scene that is not emotional for people, because people will, you know, they'll just project feelings, right? They can feel a certain way about anything they want, right? I thought it was funny too. I was like a weird sadist who liked when characters got their bubbles burst. Yeah, he's gone! He's history! A weird sadist? You mean a happy child? That ain't no happy child. My god. Rex being like, he tortures toys just for fun! That's one of the best lines. Oh my god, what great delivery. Just for fun. He tortures toys. Just for fun. Well, you know, Rex, if that is your name. I feel like, you know, fun is the point. So your kid is really your god. He can do whatever he wants, right? I guess even if he stole the toy, he can still do anything because you're a toy and he's a god. I remember laughing my ass off at Sword in the Stone when the girl squirrel learned that Arthur was a human. I haven't seen that. Like she finds out he's a human and then she's disappointed and really like her whole worldview has changed, like Buzz. Just for fun. That is a good reason to torture toys. Just for fun. It's like, this kid needs to torture toys, because if he didn't, he'd be torturing people. Maybe that's the, that's the implication. He moved on to people after toys freaked him out too bad. Well, like they in the third Toy Story, they have him as a garbage man, which makes sense because he's really a craftsman. He's a collector and he likes to rebuild stuff from parts. So he probably collects, like, as an adult, Sid probably collects broken machines, like old TVs or shit that makes him feel nostalgic, and tries to fix them from the parts he salvaged from other crap. And I'm sure he still collects toys and, like, tries to repair them with stuff he buys online. It's like, you know, if he found Woody, he'd try to, you know, buy like a new voice box or something. Although I don't know, he could also be an artist who, well, yeah, I guess he was an artist, and then he probably doesn't make art anymore because he wonders if the toys can actually feel the pain, and that thought was never, he was never able to get that thought out of his head. So instead he was just like, he tried to be kind to toys by repairing them. But deep down he knew. He knew that the toys did this to him. They instilled a lifelong fear into him, and that he would one day get his revenge. But then, you know, that prompted him to start re-examining himself and go to therapy. And now he ceases to be a character because he's been to therapy. He's nice now. Are there any long-running shows where, like, the antagonist goes to therapy and is nice now, and it's like they specifically show in what ways he channels his formerly evil impulses into, like, more constructive and positive things? I can't say that I can think of anything like that.
It's okay, I'm nice now.
Did they ever have to work with Mojo Jojo to save the world? I think they do, actually. Or I could be thinking of some other show. Hey, Meowie. My name is Earl Kakyoin. Right. Right, like there's a lot of you know, anime like DBZ have the villains become good guys. And I guess the way that Piccolo channels his formerly evil impulses is in trying to train Gohan to be tougher. And he's not nice to him. He beats the shit out of him. But Piccolo helped save the world. He was trying to destroy the world when he was a bad guy. But doing that, beating up Gohan has him save the world later. DBC has tons of flip-flopping rivals. Yeah, I can imagine Piccolo even like becoming evil again. Like if he became more powerful powerful than Goku, he'd probably become evil again. That's probably something he'd even like tell Goku beforehand. He'd be like,
you know, I'm just doing this until I get my powers back.
And like, you know, they would go back to fighting, but at the same time, this would be like a chance for them to hang out more. Piccolo becomes a glorified babysitter. He absorbed 2 other purely kind Namekians by that point. He's more good than Goku. Oh, right. So Piccolo used to be like a different guy until he fused with another guy and became like a successor to himself. I mean, like, that's basically what humans do, right? So he became the combination of a good guy and a bad guy. That is really interesting too. That he's multifaceted because he's formed from a good guy and a bad guy. He's kind of just like he's just normal now. he's morally about where the average person is.
I need to save the world so I can take over it later. I torture toys just for fun.
That's like my Sully voice. Why am I still climbing this tree? Shouldn't I should go punch Gruntilda in the face and then end the stream. I like how that kazooie sound just lined up with the music just now. Did I get this Jiggy on top of this thing, or did I just spawn it? Or maybe I can't actually get up that way. And how many Jiggies do I have? Alright, well, almost there. You need to go to fall. Oh, okay. I barely even fell at all, and I almost got hurt. Yo! Yeah, like, there's something about this it's just less frustrating because of the humor. And I also observed this when playing Pizza Tower, saying that there are mechanics that, while they're really frustrating in Sonic, probably because I take on Sonic's personality while I'm playing as him. I become impatient and self-absorbed, where Peppino is like he's sorry for being alive. Like his whole life is just like making fun of him. Like he's nervous and panicky, and he suffers more in more humorous ways because he has a lot less dignity and a lot less he has a lot less confidence than Sonic does. So like I'm Sonic, right? I'm playing Sonic game and I'm running and I hit a wall. You know, it's not like a spike or anything. It doesn't kill me, but it's just like, you hit the wall and you stop moving. I feel like when I'm pretending to be Sonic, I feel more frustrated by this than when I'm pretending to be Peppino, because he doesn't have any dignity the way Sonic thinks he does. He shouldn't. He's, you know, Banjo is also a fucking, he's literally goofy. He's goofy and he's goofy. Banjo is a terribly goofy character, and the more he suffers, the funnier it is. You know, Mario, he's a deranged little man. Also very funny to see fall. Sonic takes himself way too seriously. He will never have that. He will, you know, while Sonic relieves stress in some ways, it'll make me more stressed in that way. It really did take a lot of time, though, for us to realize what needs to be fixed about these games. Because I feel like we're still hung up on the classics. We're still trying to bring them back, or like relive them in some way. I think all you need to do is make a game and insist that it's original. You don't have to make a game that's just like another game, and if you do, just like act like that's not a big deal. Like, you know, every RPG is not hung up on the fact that it's just like Dragon Warrior or Dungeons and Dragons. They know that they get to be unique in some way. And so is this game. In fact, I think this game is like unmatched in some ways. There's two extremes to comedic value: the fall of someone with too much dignity, the fall of someone with none. Well, like, when I get hit as Sonic and I lose all of my rings, that's gotta be embarrassing for him, but it's not funny to see that, really. It's like, oh, what? I lost all my rings. This sucks. But when Mario drowns, it doesn't matter how much that sucks in the game. That is funny. Wait, I just came from winter, didn't I? Or I went to fall. Yeah. It's a little confusing. I don't remember exactly where I've been. So yeah, also this level is pretty large and there's 4 of it, so it's definitely the biggest level of all of them. The most confusing. But it's also not hard to find your way out. It's not hard to find your way around. Just go around this tree. And I feel like if there's any notes left, they might be here. It's much funnier watching a character that is allowed to violently explode or something. Yes, like, nobody wants to watch Snow White explode. But, like, if Grumpy got so mad that his head turned into a bomb with, like, a fuse, and then he blew up, that would be good. But that's fine, because we know Grumpy's head will grow back. Snow White's head will not grow back. It'll just be a bloody stump. I don't know if that's what you meant by characters who are allowed to explode, but that's what I thought of. That, like, Snow White is not allowed to die. Yeah, like, this is also a recurring thing with a lot of female characters. Like, you know, whether they're drawn like Snow White or like the rest of the other characters, they may not be allowed to blow up. Like, you know, there's that Smurf that's always blowing up the other Smurfs with a practical joke. He's not allowed to blow up Smurfette, is he? And risk singeing her blonde hair? All the other Smurfs would stab him. And, like, being blown up doesn't hurt, but stabbing does.
You made Smurfette cry. That makes me grumpy.
Or no, grouchy. Yeah, grouchy is not the same as grumpy. He's a different character entirely. A dignified character versus one with no dignity. You got it. I got it. I figured it out. Well, yeah, like the guy who gets his head bopped in that cartoon. He's like a racist, so it's okay. But also it's not okay, and that's why it's funny. The fact that this guy, yeah, it's like talking about Snow White's head exploding in a meta sense is now funny because we're saying how it wouldn't be funny. It's like this racist guy, or presumably racist guy, is getting his head bopped a little too hard. Now it's funny. It's funny because we don't actually think this violence against him is appropriate. But, like, you know, violence against cartoon Hitler is a little different than, like, a sort of realistic-looking racist man. And then he's gone! Alright, I didn't find a single note. Let me get the fuck out. I got hurt and I fell. Cat. Cute. Really, really, really cute. He's cat. Cat is so cute. And he's a cute cat. No one bought my NFTs. And that's why I'm gonna kill myself right now. I endorse all bad things in media, especially Fry's dog. Fry's dog. Yeah, what were... Sorry, I'm trying to remember what we were talking about so I can connect it to what you're talking about. Ow. We were just talking about how, like, Snow White's head should never explode. I mean, Fry's dog was not tonally incongruous with the rest of the show. I think Futurama being a little sappy was once in a while was pretty good. Oh boy, it's Grunty's furnace fawn. Cute, 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 cute. He's so cute. Oh man, I've been streaming for a long ass time. Maybe I should call it here. Well, I'll hang out a little longer. What are people saying? Futurama occasionally had balls, but didn't rely on it. Yeah, like, when Fry rearranged the stars to make a marriage proposal to Leela, but then forgets entirely that he did that because of time slipping. Wait, I don't remember what she asked me. Oh! Alright, look, I need to pay attention to this. The walrus? Waza with an O, right? Yeah, like when Fry moved the stars to get Leela to fall in love with him, and then they all forgot, so it didn't matter. And then in the last second he remembers. That was pretty good. That was actually kind of funny too. That was legitimately heartbreaking, but also kind of funny. Because, you know, Bender's like, oh, I also have a dream that I'll never get. Thank you, Meep Jeep Live. Huge metal well? I was not paying attention to that. That's a honeycomb. Character has this dumb voice. Character who burps and farts? That's, Lago. What useless creature do you become? This is easy. Side Banjo. Wait, what? Banjo the Squirrel's treehouse. Okay. What are people saying? But at the same time, I didn't like that Scrubs would also try to be sentimental. Maybe it's because they did it more often. It did kind of feel like they were doing it for every episode. Like... Wait, what? I don't want to skip it. What you know, little old me. Wait, why is it letting me skip? Did I accidentally use a joker? I only had one. It says I still have another. Maybe it's a glitch. I don't know. It actually has to load the level. Sergeant Blippo. Captain Bladder. Yeah, well, Scrubs, Scrubs is like... If you've never seen Scrubs, it's one of those shows that's on. You know, like... Oh, Scrubs is on. I would never choose to turn it on, but I would also never choose to turn it off. Oh, I fucking missed the question. Wait, what? Dead. Oh, lucky. Supposed to do? Oh my god. All right. Oh, it's written up there. I can cheat. Yeah. I've been trying to focus on conversation, but I'm also losing when I do that. People better not be shit-talking Scrubs. Scrubs is mid. It's better than mid, but it's also not great. It doesn't have like Seinfeld levels of pure energy. Who was my best friend? Weddy Betty. That's a secret. How do you know? By my bed, what do I got? Oh man, one. I'm dead. Do I have to start over if you die, or do you keep going? One more time, but you will fry. No, you actually get to start over. Alright, maybe save this for next time. Getting kind of tired. I could go for some foodus. But I sure love to stream and have so much fun doing it. So I really don't like to stop. But this is a pretty good point, I suppose. Let me see if answer a few last questions or whatever's. There are ways of doing tragedy that isn't sappy. Yeah, like we you know, I guess it's kind of like mixing certain flavors. You don't just add whatever the fuck you want to a pizza. You do what's congruous and consistent with the rest of it. So yeah, like sometimes Futurama thinks they're, you know, they think they're really serious and forget that they're Futurama. It's like, that was good. What I didn't take well was Fry and Leela actually getting together. It was better when Fry just could never have her. You know, it's like if they gave Fry his dog eventually. It's like, fuck Fry! Your problem is that you're taking this character too seriously. He's supposed to be a loser. It's good that Fry never gets his dog back. It's good that Fry never gets to bang Leela. But then he does, and the show sucks now. The later seasons started doing it way more. They did it sparingly, like once per season. Man, I miss the X's on days of just watching shit I would never make an effort to watch otherwise. Well, yeah, I suppose that's also how you would get into a lot of things. You just see it on, as opposed to seeing somebody talking about it online, which got replaced with algorithms pushing shit towards you. So, like, you know, now nothing is made with the idea that you might just see it on, because nothing is on. It's algorithmic now. That's what made it funny, honestly. Yeah, I feel like they started taking characters like Fry and Bender a little too seriously, and it probably was a slippery slope with episodes like Fry's dog, which were really good and successful and set the standard for, you know, compared to Pixar, it's like the exact same thing. Pixar, they got their feet wet with the first movie with Buzz Lightyear's existential crisis, and then they dove in head first with Jesse's song in the next Toy Story. And now, fast forward 20 years, it's like everything is compulsively that way. It is part of the fucking recipe that you will get some very funny looks if you suggest in a Pixar board meeting that we don't have anything sappy. We just go full comedy this time. 100%, absolutely nothing sappy. They would crucify you like Jesus. because he spoke the truth. Well, no, I actually think, like, if you made the movie 99% sappy and 1% heartfelt, that one heartfelt percent is going to be so much more felt than if you tried to make it 25% heartfelt like they do with modern Pixar. It's like the sad parts have to be a recurring theme throughout the movie, or else you'll miss out on some sadness. Was there any way that they did it right? Like, was there any time where it was like a good balance? Well, yeah, like they had, because I think they understood its role from a filmmaking perspective, these heartfelt moments, like Buzz and Woody talking to each other through the like milk carton thing, or the milk crate, I mean, saying like, "You're a cool toy, Buzz. I should be strapped to that rocket." You know, those scenes are necessary. And it's not supposed to be a highlight either. It's like, it's just really important to have it. You know, it's not a cool scene. It doesn't evoke it doesn't evoke a waterfall of tears. It's just a part of the character arcs that has to be there. All right, I guess I'm playing a little bit longer. Let me collect some more notes or something, because I have more shit to talk about, it turns out. Okay, that one I didn't get enough notes, but I might actually not need any. Fuck jiggies. Oh, this one I also didn't get. This was always this way for me. I guess because the level's hard, but also because it's ugly. I didn't want to go back. But he has a realistic panic attack, and Buzz is there for him. The score swells sentimentally. Yes, you're correct. The ante needs to be upped. We have to up the ante from Toy Story. They have him grow up. But yeah, like, if they really knew what they were doing, they would just like call it there with those characters, with Buzz and Woody, and never use them again, because their entire arc has been explored, right? If they knew what they were doing, they would have just like left those characters behind and continued making Toy Story movies about different toys, because there's other Toy Stories besides the one. But they have to use Buzz and Woody, and they don't know what to do with them. That is God, that sucks. They don't know what to do with these characters. So kill them, separate them, have some. Well, they did that, I guess. They separate them at the end, but it's stupid. It doesn't feel earned. It feels like this movie is just like a sequel to a already kind of redundant movie. You know, like the first movie already explored the theme of, what if my kid stops playing with me? What if I'm not a fun toy anymore? They already did that. So then they just do a second movie where we do it again, but this time you have to cry because it's Sarah McLachlan. Pixar keeps making coming-of-age movies. I'm kind of done with it. Yeah. Yeah, how many times can one come of age? Really, like, Pixar is trying so hard to appeal to the same audience. Those people are fucking 95 now. How many times can one come of age? My belly's big. It's rather neat. I thought I had the rhymes. Your belly's big. It's rather neat. When he has a realistic panic attack. Yeah, I mean, they did coming of age movies, they did coming of old age movies. You know, Toy Story and Up are all coming of old age movies. They had Mr. Incredible. That's a coming of old age movie. I already did this. I already did that. Been here. I guess I got to feel excitement for just like a microsecond that there might have been something I missed. There should be coming of Ice Age movies. Yeah, like Pixar was toast for me by the time they made Brave. That was a truly meddled with movie. You know, like it wasn't their first or their last, but I think it was the one I had the most issue with. It's like Ratatouille was also meddled with. Good Dinosaur, meddled with. They removed Jan Pinkava from Ratatouille. He was the director. They replaced him with Brad Bird. Although I suppose the silver lining is that I heard that Brad Bird refused to be meddled with. Or, you know, I guess maybe he just works better with Lasseter. But yeah, Lasseter, big meddler. He likes to put his arms around everybody's project. Ratatouille, Cars, Brave, Good Dinosaur. All of those had the creator taken off of them and replaced with some other director. That's just great. You have someone trying to do someone else's vision. I mean, Brad Bird turned Ratatouille into a Brad Bird movie. So weird that you could just like completely replace the story and keep all the concept art and shit. I don't know how much of the story was changed, but it feels like a Brad Bird thing that he thinks about. You know, it's like he made The Incredibles. It's about like people who are better than others. That's Remy. He's just got a superpower. He's got better senses than the other rats. I don't think that even should factor in. He's gifted. What does that have to do with him being a hard-working cook? But yeah, like, I guess they have a training montage, but he only doesn't know what he's doing because he's trying to pilot a human being. It acts like he already knows how to cook when he shouldn't. It should have been a little bit more abstract, where like he just kind of follows instincts. I guess they do show that, where he's just like, you know, he smells something and it's like, no, that doesn't smell right. But like for some reason he also knows how to cook ratatouille, which he's never made before. And it's like, I don't have to follow the recipe. I have better senses of smell than you. So yeah, like, that's a little shit fuckery when they remove the guy whose whole idea was his. I mean, I guess you know, at least he didn't get rid of the director of Turning Red. I mean, that's a movie about like being a teenage Asian girl. How many of those guys at Pixar are gonna say they know how to write a movie about that? It's like the guy who plays Heimlich is like, oh yeah, I can do. He's dead, by the way. He's not gonna do that. The coming of age movie. Yeah, there's quite a few of those. Probably because, like, Disney is no longer providing on that front, right? Like, that's what Disney's job was. And now Disney is failing at that. It's like, they had like, what was it? Encanto, which was like a much cheaper version of some of their other work, but not like the Pits just yet. And then Wish was like worse than that. So that was the Pits. What was it? 312. Call 9100 victim to. Call 1-800 victim to. Dad Bird. What was Ratatouille before Bird? I'm not really sure what the plot was, but I just know that it was directed by the guy who directed Jerry's Game with the old guy who plays chess with himself. And, you know, nobody knows who the fuck that is or how to pronounce his name. And he's not the only guy who fits that description either. Jorgen Klubian, which is probably not how it's pronounced, is the creator of Cars, the true heir to the Cars franchise. But for many years, we just saw directed by John Lasseter. Thought he came up with those fucking characters. You know, I thought he did because they were bad. I thought he could come up with that, but it turns out he wasn't even creative enough to come up with the fucking cars from Cars. So what do you do besides hug people? I feel like John Lasseter might have done like some actual work when the decade started with an 8. But like, I feel like he spent a long time just as the guy who used to be the thing in the 80s. Like, you know, like he used to be an animator, so he gets to be an animation producer now. John Lasseter is a creep, right? John Lasseter is he is apparently, according to a disgruntled employee, he is an alcoholic. I mean, seems like his family owns a wine farm. And he's he's very touchy. It's very creepy. Puts his hands on his employees, makes them line up for hugs. Of course, he would never do that now because he's been called out for it. He got fired from Pixar over this, but got instantly rehired at some other movie studio into the same executive role. So there was really, you know, the consequences were really only just kind of symbolic. You know, like Pixar was already not good. by the time he got called out for this. And I feel like that might even have something to do with it. That like they're declining, so it's like, who can we blame for this shit? Maybe the guy who's like always fucking touching me. CBF, he is obviously incredibly talented in some way. It's just so he's just so talented that you can't describe it. Like, what way is he talented? I can't say I know. I thought I knew, but now I'm not even sure what he's responsible for. Like, I can't look at anything and say, yep, that's John Lasseter. Although, I guess if I, you know, like what I believe was John Lasseter was all the toy stuff. He loves toys. So it must have been him who was like, let's make a toy movie. Let's make it about toys. Let's, you know, blah, blah, blah. Toys. You know, Tin Toy, Toy Story. That was him, right? That's what I think, but I guess even that, I'm not sure. Right. Also, the other thing is like, yes, he could be responsible for Toy Story being Toy Story, but he also might not have anything to do with it being good. Yeah. If it wasn't for the, you know, all the different writers, story artists, designers, that sort of thing, Toy Story might not have even been good. And John Lasseter would have taken credit for it either way. Ah! John Lasseter is talented, LMAO. He worked with a lot of very talented people, but I'm not sure what he actually brought to the table. Like, Cars was his passion project and it fucking sucked. Also, he did not draw the concept art for Cars. That was not his idea. He took it from Jorgen Klubian, however his name is pronounced. Some guy whose name you can't pronounce. That's the real creator of Ratatouille and Cars. Some guy from Europe, because Pixar has like the top talent from around the world and has all the way since back then. Yeah, no, I can't say I know what makes John Lasseter a unique artist. You know, maybe it's just that he likes toys. He likes toys and would tell people to make a movie about toys. That was his contribution. I mean, you know, like, I really thought like the Pixar style was his drawing style. Is it? I guess it must be, because that style was there really early on with like what was it? Andre and Wally B, which was like one of the first cartoons they ever made, and also he was probably one of the only cartoonists who worked there. John Lasseter was responsible for Cars 2, which meant he was the person who made Joe cry during it. Yeah, because he wouldn't stop hugging me. I was like, please stop. He's hugging me. And then like his like his troll bot army is like, oh, so people can't hug? Yeah, I mean, I think he definitely rested on his laurels, and when you do that, it's because you're a creep. Well, I don't know if it makes you a creep. It's just a thing creeps do. Oh, because they think that, like, you know, this achievement they had years ago means that you should be constantly giving them more and more attention. Like, John, you're in your fucking 70s or something. We should expect you by now to be able to, like, have your body produce its own, like, endorphins so that you don't have to hug people and get them. Although I guess he probably thought, I'm such a lovable guy, who wouldn't want a hug from me? And maybe even for a while that was the case. It's just like anything that you do too much. Like, you enjoy and then you do it as your job. Suddenly hugging John Lasseter is what you're paid to do. That makes you a prostitute. There's a Jinjo, yay. Oh shit. Damn it. I have 5 more. John Lasseter is skilled in the touching department, which is why he got hired in other places. Yeah, he's great at touching. He's great at touching women. I mean, I'm sure he hugged everyone, but, like, enjoyed hugging women the most. They had to pry him off of his employees. They had to, like, have a guy follow him everywhere and distract him with a toy. Yeah, you know what? Like, you know, I'm not John Lasseter's therapist, but, like, why have this fixation on toys, but not choose to hug the toy and instead the person? Like, you can get all your hugs out on a toy. You can aggressively hug a toy. But saying you need to hug people who you're not married to every single day? How about you hug everybody after finishing a movie? No, because that would still be too often. How about you hug them once when you hire them and then never again? It's like an initiation. Oh god! It's okay, it's not instant death. I don't think I've ever fallen in this stuff, so I've never known if it kills you or just hurts you. What did he do after that? After what? Like, getting fired? He works at Skydance, which is a name of a studio that took me like 10 minutes to remember the other day. Blue Horde. Yeah, like, Bear Wish. And, like, they made a movie called Luck. And it looks like it sucked. Which, you know, saying something looks like it sucks is not an especially fair assessment. It's only a preconceived notion. But I'll just say this. It doesn't look good enough for me to want to see it. It looks kind of cheap. Like they cut a lot of corners to make it. And it's like, it's got like that crypto land quality. Like, you remember that shit? That was so long ago now, but there was like this terrible crypto land animation for this non-existent NFT thing and all the human characters were just like, they were just like stolen 3D models from Pixar movies, like literally just the dad from Inside Out. That forever? Yeah, I guess the fans slow down forever. Timed switch. Good. Safe. What else are we talking about? So shocked you've never done a Garfield parody. That's true. I haven't ever done a Garfield parody. Was there a Garfield parody that I had up my sleeve that I could just like produce at any point? Because that would be like 2 million views. Yeah, what's my Garfield idea? Well, I feel like anything that's funny about Garfield has already been said. Like, haha, John's just talking to himself. So like I could do that joke, but it would really just be an expansion on jokes that have already been made by people like in the 2010s. So I don't know if there's much left there. And that's even kind of obvious. Like Jim Davis also knew that was what was funny about Garfield. So like, you know, when people make a really obvious joke like you ever noticed, you ever realized the fairy in Zelda Ocarina of Time? Like, you know, people will make the obvious joke about something in a game being frustrating. I'm sorry, John. Yeah, that's like the 2010s version of Garfield without Garfield. It's like Garfield, or the 2020s, I guess. Garfield turns into a monster now. He's like an eldritch demon. Because that's how we see Garfield, as like a representation of the evils of capitalism, blah 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 blah. It's like, it's boring to even describe the meaning of the joke because we've seen it enough times. Like at some point it just becomes capitalism eating itself, because you're making a Garfield parody because that's the kind of video that really hits on YouTube. You're just contributing to the system that you pretend to be making fun of. So it doesn't have the same power as it might have had 10 years ago. And then what is the Garfield parody then? If you can't even make fun of it without giving it power, then there is no parody to be made. Garfield is a good representation of the evils of capitalism. It's just that we're already kind of aware of that. You know, copy and paste The Simpsons. You know, The Simpsons was like that too, like, except it was, you know, instead of us being bored of Garfield, Garfield is evil jokes, it's that we were actually watching, like, when the show used to actually satirize things. You know, like The Simpsons, the form The Simpsons took before it was The Simpsons was like, again, just like after it was good, it was before, it was like a non-self-aware version of this family, right? Like a dad who's like, a dad who's loving and perfect and definitely doesn't beat his kids or strangle his wife. I told you, Marge. Told you not to mess with me. I told you not to come up behind me. PTSD and all that. Yeah, Homer has realistic panic attacks now. Well, I'm dead. I died. How many totals do I have? Yeah, now seems like maybe a good time to go. But let me finish this thought before I go. I got 3 more jiggies. that I suppose the reason that I don't have a Garfield parody is that nothing would really feel right when everything's really been said already about what makes Garfield funny in a, like, context. A meta context. Like, Garfield outside of Garfield, where Garfield's not even in the comic, so he's literally outside of Garfield. It was like, and that was genius when it happened, but now it's been a decade. It's been 15 years or something. So, where have Garfield parodies gone now? I guess there's still potential there. Everybody has their own specific internal resentment for Garfield. So I suppose I could come up with something that makes Garfield look even more ridiculous. But I'll probably take a while before it hits me. But I'll think about it, actually. I'll think about why I haven't done a Garfield parody. And if I start quoting an idea of my own to myself, then it'll be the blueprint for a parody. Like if I had a Garfield, I did do a Garfield voice the other day and I thought it was funny. What was I having him say though? I can't even remember. Was I live? Yeah, I was doing it today. I was like, nobody can be cuter than me. Nothing personal, kid. Yeah, I don't know. It's not even funny, but maybe just the fact that I can almost do his voice is kind of funny. That, like, if I just practice it a little, I'll be able to do a good impression of Garfield. Sometimes that's a good enough reason to do a parody. People come to resent Garfield so much that now they want to fuck him. That's a good point. That, like, people have been so disgusted with him that they've actually looped around to being attracted to him. Lasagna Cat, Gazorp Field, Garfield without Garfield. Yeah, we've already explored many different areas of Garfield satire. So, when it comes to Joe, me, what exactly do I find funny, ridiculous, stupid, frustrating, worthy of ridicule about Garfield? It's really not a whole lot that hasn't been said already. But I guess that's, you know, maybe just trying to excuse myself from doing work that is badly needed. I don't know. Do we really need another Garfield parody, like, desperately? I guess I'll make that decision for myself. I'll make that judgment when the time comes. Like, it's like a fart. It's like AIDS being funny again. It's like you have to find the right moment for it to be funny again. That's 99% of comedy. Anyway, I'll see y'all later. I'll probably go back to making cartoons tomorrow. Bye.